Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. A couple of bullet holes in this shirt, don't worry about it. Hello, Germasian. I saw you here before I managed to actually get up and streaming. I'm a couple of minutes late. Been real good on the dot. We start 8 p.m. Eastern time around here, and not so much today. I missed it. Still rushing. Still feel a little bit, did I get everything set up? Changing the title last minute. Building Bill's show. Oh, did I give it away? There's a lot of weight in that ass. Is there? Well, thank you for pulling that one. Nobit had some wisdom for us at the beginning. Men who look on nature and their fellow man and cry that all is dark and gloomy are in the right, but the somber colors are reflections from their own jaundiced eyes and hearts. The real hues are delicate and need a clearer vision. Which is a bunch of bullshit if you ask me. This beer is half empty. It's very full. I just opened it. Hello, Milo de Bass. And Dirt Racer, first and second, I guess. And then Little Magnets is in with Kraken Wings. Okay, and we're going to be doing with the Kerbal, obviously. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We are playing career mode today. Very happy with our balls from the creative build on Sunday. Really getting on with the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love. And now I've got like a YouTube video that I'm definitely gonna hopefully I probably won't make. Showing off just how you can make your balls as big as you can make them. Have I got am I hearing background noise? I mean, aside from Kerbal. The furnace is on. The furnace is on. So we can all hear the background noise. If we turn up, get in the headphones and listen, we can all hear the background noise. Woo! So, where are we today and now? Let's go to the tracking station. Where we left off on Thursday, as we do this Tuesday and Thursdays and Sundays, is we had Pika Pup. Sent Pika Pup out to Mimas to land on the South Pole. He missed it. Wasn't really aiming for the South until we got there, and then we were landing, and I was like, hey, let's do the South, and then he missed it. And in the process of missing it, he landed with a ship that didn't quite have, doesn't apparently stick to the ground, or have the amount of fuel that he would need to return. Hello, Pika. Pika P, another pilot here, who has planted a flag on Minmus now. Let's just get you right, and then but into the ship though. We'll get you over here, get on board, and then we will see that he has precisely 118 meters per second at delta V to get off of the surface of Minmus and come home, and he can't. So Pika is stranded on Minmus. It's a situation we're very familiar with. We've had it on the moon at least once in this career program, but generally speaking, we're old hats at people at getting them stranded anyway. We know what we're doing there. So we've got that as an issue. We want Pika Pup to come home. And the other thing that we have in our belly right now, it depends on where you're keeping things, is that we also, in the course of that mission, the reason Pika was even out in that direction in the first place was that we put a satellite, there was a satellite round Minmus, and that they wanted us to, no, we put it there? We put it there. This is my satellite. Go and fly it. They had a belt, and I slapped some parts on there and thought, that's cool, I like that design, oh, it's so tight and neat and accomplishes multiple goals. And then we found out, one, we couldn't transmit data from this thing without turning it into the mode where it transmits it partially, because it doesn't have enough electricity, and also we can't even turn on the survey scanner, because it doesn't have enough electricity. It needs bigger batteries, or more solar panels, or both. But bigger batteries would be enough, I believe, when we try to start this up. Let's see if we're full on the electric charge. We are. Give it a try. We perform the orbital survey. Took some effort getting it into this position. We see, boom, 69% when we have 205 electric charge that we were capable of. And now it's just sucking through that electric charge. Is it going to do it, though? Because if it's still sucking, it's still uploading data. So now we can actually do the... I didn't realize that we'd be able to do the study of where the hell is Minmus. You've got to be somewhere near us. You're above, and you're somewhere up. There it is. Maybe we should point the thing at it. We did it! I was coming up to repair it, and we didn't have to, because reasons. I didn't even, like, point the scanner at this. This is a very sensitive scanner, apparently. Alright, so I thought this was going to be a rescue and repair mission, that we were going to have to come up and slap a new battery on there and do Bill's thing, but apparently, once you set it into partial transmission mode, you can also conduct the survey in partial transmissions as well. So that would mean then that we now have Minmus mapped. Yeah? We got Minmus mapped. Focus Minmus. And we've got, so where's the mapping buttons? Because what we're looking at here is it ore? Is this where and then Minmus resources, surface, ocean, atmosphere, surface, ore, and then if I increase the cutoff, then we can see where the ore is highest from this position, which would be, I guess, there, and then color. Can I do like a, hey, there you go. Sure, and style. Ah, that's better. And then with a higher cutoff, we see there's, I don't know, it just goes away, huh? So 30%, 20, 10, 0. So apparently the highest that we report here is 30%. Ore locations on Minmus. Ooh, what's the red? Why is the red though? Oh, there are places on Minmus. 40, 50, 60, 70, where we can get 60%, or if we land on those spots. Okay. Cool. I did not know. I had very little idea. Well, that's neat. Jermason, this mission was to plant a flag, and he did. Mission complete. That's true. He did accomplish the thing that we sent him up there to do. Just be nice if he could come home now. If it looks good, it is good. Function is not important. I don't disagree. But so now we know where we would land on Minmus if we were getting into the Minmus ore mining and fuel refining kind of a business there. And then back out here. Oh, wow. You see it in this mode, too. I like that. But yeah, that's my satellite, and I'm glad that it turns out it works. You know, as much as it really needs to. I mean, it's mainly just a comms relay satellite. The other stuff that we put up here was just because they told us we had to, and then why not bring one of these, and it balances out the weight of having that. But yeah, that's very nice. And then what's your monoprop in this? Down to 6.87 monoprop at that, because we're around Minmus. We started this at like 1.5 million, if I recall correctly, around Minmus, 1.5 million height, and then brought it down and made it almost kind of polar, which we could finish off making perfectly polar, but I'm fine with that. Nobody, you know, from Kerbal, nobody has any idea how messed up that is. So we don't really have to worry about it. How's your signal out here? 100%? I wonder how well this smaller of the two acts for, you know, as a relay antenna for us. One way or another, that's half the... We're done. All right, thanks for coming out, everybody. I'll see you at the next stream. No, we don't have to do that. We just have to save Pika-Pop. That's all we got to do. So my plan for today was, because it was going to be an engineering job, was that I was going to build Bill's ship. I've decided that what I want to do is build a ship for everybody, maybe even Jeb, but build them their own, like, reusable, that just makes sense for what they do. Bill is an engineer. He's a guy, he needs to tool and die man, you know? He needs parts, he needs wrenches, he needs that kind of equipment with him. So it was like, let's build a ship that goes with their roles and their personalities, kind of a deal was in my head. But, so what I'd like to know is whether or not, if I bring Bill up there with a ship that's got a little bit more fuel than it needs, and then he, can he put a fuel line between the two ships and transfer? is a question, because the whole being able to build and repair parts when you're live and on the surface of the planet thing is something that I'm only getting familiar with now. It's new to me, and I could see that that would be a more difficult thing for them to develop around. Being able to interact with one, part one ship live is one thing. Being able to have two different things and then link them together and make them, for the moment, one thing so that you could transfer fuel between them and then disconnect them. I'm thinking even if it works, it's going to be nasty in terms of physics, probably. Hello, Florida Seidler. Yeah, one way or another, I think I still want to build Bill a ship today, but if it's a rescue a man kind of a mission, is it a mission for Bill? Like, if he's transferring fuel, then sure, it's a mission for Bill. But it could be a mission, if it's a saving a person mission, then it'd be a mission for a gritty pilot such as Valentina. Somebody who matters to, somebody we can trust, not Jeb, who might just get out there and steer his way to the nearest McDonald's or whatever. I just don't trust him to do it. So if it were a Bill ship that we were making today, sort of everything by mass, just makes more sense in my head. Ooh, that was especially shiny. Yes, from that angle, catching all of the reflections of the sky from outside. Wow. Picking up on the skybox and doing the reflection on it. That's very nice. With all of my mods and things. I don't know if that does that in in the actual game. Yeah, look at how it's even like tinting the color of the... Oh, yeah. All that, and then where the sun isn't. Because there isn't one out there. But, it's fine. It's good. Last time I really watched one of your streams, you were speedrunning Cluster Truck, and nearly giving me an existential crisis. Good times. The cupola for a command cabin? I was wondering, because I also have been thinking, like, build bigger, generally speaking, and you know how I like building things small. What I really want to build is things that are sizes that are reusable, multifunction. They get the job done in a whole bunch of different ways. You can just grab them and attach whatever you need and go, kind of a thing, for at least a lot of the kinds of missions that come up and that sort of a thing. But I was wondering if, for Bill's ship, if he should just have a singular crew capacity, or if it should be a two-man kind of a thing. Like the Mark II lander can. I am thinking lander cans for Bill. Let's buy into that. Because he's an engineer, so either, that, because it's very structural and, that's what an engineer would fly. I guess. Something. In fact, I would want it like that, because he would eventually steer. Well, no, because you would be steering... And that would be an interesting concept, too, to build it so that he's actually looking out the front of the ship once we're in space. It goes up like that, but once we're delivering the payload of his ship, it is in the other direction, kind of a deal. But so that's on the table as an option. You just go away. But the Mark II lander cam would leave room for two of them. And I love the look of this when you take the sides off of it. Talk about that being engineer. Huh? And stuff. And then, you'd build it probably like that, but not like that. But, like that, but not like that. So you put one of these in, you get rid of that. You take them sides off again. And this would be a lander can that gives us room for two. And, we'd tuck it under, we'd consider it a payload that we're bringing up as we're bringing it up. It'd be really nice if it could see out as it's going. I might even sacrifice aerodynamics if we could get that working. How do you add your logo in the game? There is a directory, Dirt Racer. There is a directory under the Kerbal Space Program, just the game. So it would be under Game Data, and then, so KSP, the main folder, Game Data, Squad, and then maybe Flags? And then, you can shove it in there. I would recommend trying to size it more or less to what they've already got going on, but I don't know that mine is perfectly sized. It's scaled to like about the right thing, so you're not wasting memory space, and also it doesn't look weird, whatever they've planned. But yeah, there's a flags directory. Take one of the flag images and copy yours over it and rename it, says Dramasian. Yeah, there you go. There you go. And it does the game. I think Squad's own images are a weird file format, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to save it in that. I think it'll load up a PNG as well, as long as it's in that directory. So yeah. But I like this for Bill, and I like the fact that it's a two-seater. Now, can we build a... I mean, we've already built a pickup truck. I mean, a semi-truck, rather, on the creative build days. I wonder if we have all the parts unlocked that we would need to be able to just use the pickup truck and then sudden build. But no, that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're doing. I want a returnable, reusable kind of a thing. I want it to be able to come back in atmosphere, hit Atmo. Like, I'm thinking kind of a space plane style build for the thing once it's up there, that we can then use the wide surface area of its wings to hit the upper atmosphere and slow us down, and then it pulls us into position, and that kind of a thing. Especially for something that's this not aerodynamic. You know, trying to have it be something that you could return to atmosphere, it's going to need to fly itself down. In other words, shuttle. Some kind of shuttle, basically. And we haven't touched any of these plane parts yet, really. So I guess we would get into that. What have I got? Well, there's a lot of stuff to buy here. What do you need? Well, I need some options. I've got a lot of money, too, so we can just spend it. But let's look at some options. Oh, Jesus. Bloody, that's a lot. That's a big... Why, can you do mirror mode for me, and then snapping, and then... So, are we talking about, like, foldable, collapsible wings, Spawn? I mean, it would be appropriate for an engineer's ship, wouldn't it? Really, maybe I should be building this in the other, in the spaceplane hangar. I think we should be building this in the spaceplane hangar. I'll do that. Switch editor. Yeah, just up there. That's good. Do that, sure. And then down here. I haven't upgraded the spaceplane hangar at all. Wow. Just smells like fresh packaging. Like we just pulled this thing out. Styrofoam and plastic. Do you smell that? Okay, do you smell what the rock is cooking? Structural wing type. We are sorted by mass, right? So this would be smaller than the previous. Although very swept. Yeah, very pointy and swept. And then just straight up winglets. Winglet. I mean, we just need enough to be able to slow us down. I guess we'd also, you know, go for like a radiator system and not so much an ablative return, but a, you know, intentional drag with a radiator that can get rid of some of the heat as we go kind of a system. Is that what we're thinking? Is that what you were thinking, Pawn? I like, you know me and building small. I don't hate how that looks immediately. I mean, you know, in a different position kind of a thing. But would it provide enough drag for us to get the thing home? And probably not. But man, I don't hate it. Maybe I build off of this general concept. Because of how much I don't hate that. The center of wow, that's the center of thrust. Center of lift is back there a bit, but it's yeah, you're above. That's good. I want this, yeah, down a bit, and then up a bit. I'm not massively opposed to it. I can smell that too. Wait a second, that's an electronics burning smell. I may have to go. Hello, portable gem. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a lot more than this, but I'm just, you know, looking at it in terms of thinking about it in terms of, like, return stages and whatnot. I mean, the other issue is that that is the primary exit for this craft. I think it's the only exit for this craft. I don't think you can exit from up there. And if that's the exit, then, like, where goes the fuel and everything else for something like this? If it's going to be built this way, space plane-ish. Answer me when I ask you a question. Is that the smallest Elevon then? Where's the other one? Where's the other Elevon? Because we're sorted by mass here. Do we already have it unlocked? Have we already paid for it? Doesn't look like we have. So if that's the long Elevon, then where's the chunky boy? Alright, well buy me into that one anyway. And then you don't want to go on those wings, because they're not really wings. They're winglets. But, what if I said, I don't care what you want, and made you do what I want, game? What if I did that to you? Like, say I was snapping, did that, and then was snapping, absolute. That would be on the exact same level. Then I brought these out. Oh, you're too big. Oh, you're too big. I can't fit all that. What? Nothing. Yeah, no, I won't like that at all. Where's the littler boys? Am I blind? Or do we not have them because we didn't buy any plane parts? Because why would we buy plane parts ever? Do I have any science? You can exit from the top as well, can you? Well, that's good. Then I can build the way that I want to. I'll still try and, like, bear that in mind that we'd want to be able to keep that clear in some way, but if we can't, then we can't. I have 161.9 science remaining. And supersonic flight, advanced aerodynamics, gives us Elevon 4, which is what I'm thinking of. And I want to do space-planey things, and so, yeah. There's the last of my science with 1.9 left over. It's like it's just perfect. Okay, so now if I go back to aerodynamics, and then I'm looking for user, and again, just the fact that it won't attach to those. I mean, we've got more stuff now on. You could try Delta Deluxe winglets. Buy into that. This is a lot of money to be spending just to have a look at what my options are. You got that, and then absolute, and drag it down to there. That should be center of mast to center of aerodynamics. They should be on the same line now, more or less. Yeah, they were smart about that, where they put the center of mass for this vehicle. It actually lines up with the aerodynamics. They thought about that one. And that goes with this pretty well, I'd say. Even take a bit. Yep, sure. Go in a little bit. I don't mind. Like that, you got little handrails as you're coming aboard. Not hating it. And then this would give us some, you know, control authority on a certain angle. Could go Darth Vader on it and give it 3 fins if we wanted. Ooh, I like that. I like that rear profile. And, you know, it's an engineer, so it should be like a chunky boy, like a, you know, now I'm going to get my ship and go with the grease and the tools and oil. Elevon 4 was not the one you researched. You already had that. I was looking over and over for it. I had to buy into it. I didn't see it in the list. You don't know. Shut up. I mean, hi, Sticks. How you doing? That is a plane if I've ever seen one. Just for the purposes of return. Now, if it's going to return, then it would need like landing wheels, some kind. And boy, I'd really like them to be deployable, but it doesn't look like that's gonna be a thing. I mean, it can also be a parachute, right? You parachute it down once we've slowed ourselves down with our wings into the wind or some shit. Is what I was thinking. Is that what you're thinking? I don't know. Buy into some stuff though. Okay, will do. Yeah, because I don't like the idea of these. It's too much and not enough, and I think we'd be better off with just not enough at all. I know that they're supposed to go on like that, but every time I look at them, it's like, that can't be right. That doesn't seem... Nuh-uh. I mean, we'll look at it, because we have to, like OSHA standards, laws, apparently. Houston's been informing me of a lot of things we haven't been doing right. Well, we'll look at it, just to fulfill our contractual obligations or something like that. Boy, now I really want to, like, will you just fucking come down? I'm clicking on you. So having the front wheel a little bit higher is helpful off the pad if you're going to actually try and take off with it. Embed you in here. Before I started the stream, I had it titled Building Bigger. And then I realized, you're not really going to do that, are you? And yeah, probably not. Probably doesn't seem like that's the way that I would do a thing, does it? That's the wheels are on, definitely. Very wrong. So F, and then snapping. Absolute. Now you're straight out. And now I can see what this would look like. I'll leave you an absolute. No, I shouldn't have done that. Pull you back down to a place that I like you. Just under the wing. Bit back. You know, it's got to be something that Bill would have designed for himself. It can be embedded. Bill would be fine with embedding things. Doesn't have to be, though. He's not a savage. You said you were gonna build bigger. Definitely seems just fine. Bill has no regard for Kerbal life, let's be honest here. Bill is a caring individual. I think you're thinking of Jeb. Jebediah, definitely that description fits. But Bill? No. Who? Him? What? I don't. What? Wait, so now I've bought into, like, more things. That's, wow. Sort by mass, please. Because, are there even smaller, lesser wings? There's a small delta wing. What do you got for a small delta wing? A small, see, I'm thinking I might prefer it to be more, it's just, it matches everything so well. What else have we got? We got the winglet. Which one actually, like, rotates? It's this one, isn't it? That just rotates on itself. Don't want to be blocking the exit, because that's going to be our only exit. So these are just friggin' huge is the thing. Everything's big. It's so big, though. What about being big? Have you thought about big? Because it's big. What if we... Hey, structural wing type D. That's apparently tiny, right? So... the wheels are a little bit problematic with that. Alright. I got a better idea. Number one is don't rip the wheels off yet. No, a better idea, which is build back, and let's see if we can't, like, build sort of a garage that you can walk out into from the rear. Under structural, do we have tubes? We've got tubes. We've got structural tubes, right? And then I give you some length. Oh, I love this idea. That, like, you could just exit from the rear of the vehicle into this area, and then be walking around in there, and then Bill's got his tools in there. That's fun. I like that. But you would need to, you know, not look like shit is one of the things that I'd be looking for from you, with of you. I think that part, though, is going to block the exit. We can test that. We can give that a test. But yeah, that actually embeds pretty okay. Like that. Make it a little bit longer. And then there's an interior. Let's pop a bill in there. Just a bill. Get the fuck out of there, Jeb. Just a bill. Put it on the pad. And what are the odds that Bill can exit through the rear? You got that structural tube. I mean, the structural tubes are meant to not have, like, planes at either side. There's a purpose behind them that you could potentially do this kind of thing. Can I, so put the brakes on. Can I, like, exit you here? I can. I can. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Yes, indeed. F. Board. Lovely. Just lovely. Alright, let's go. Go! Yeah, wow, lots of SAS in this vehicle. Yeah, hit them switches. There you go. That's some new... hydraulics. See, Bill would have hydraulics. He's an engineer. He seems like he'd be a car guy. All right, just revert back to the space plane hangar. So that's fine. We've got clearance there. On today's episode of Ronan builds the magic school bus. What? No. Possibly. Sorry? Could do. The only thing that I don't like is how it looks. That helps. That helps. I mean, if it's gonna look like it shouldn't be there, then we want to make it really look like it shouldn't be there. Like, lean into it is my recommendation. If Bill is the one driving the damn thing, then we're definitely gonna need a probe, because Bill don't know. We've had to take his license away. A lot of deaths so far. Like, a lot. Like, way more than I would like there to be. And I've got a pretty high threshold for that kind of thing in the first place. So he would need a probe sooner or later, but, like, this is cool, because now I'm thinking, alright, we've got an interior. Part of the point of this ship was going to be Bill's ability to be a Bengineer in base. An engineer in space is what I mean. So, with, is it going to be under payload stuff? Service modules, service bays, you know, places where we can store stuff. What? You're 0.15 tons. What? Show me you. Oh, that's a biggie. And the two variants don't seem to change much. Yeah, at least on these models. And then what's going on with you? Shroud off? Oh. Yes. Okay. That's neat and all. It's a little bit overkill, is what I would say. What about this one? Hey. And then shroud off. Oh, I love it with the shroud off. And then we can't store anything in there, but we could, like, attach shit to it, huh? I am coming to understand. Right. Cargo is what I need to be looking at for what I'm thinking of. Oh my god, the size of that. Sort by mass. Every time I walk in here, I gotta tell you again. Pay attention to me when I listen to you. Yell. What? Uh-huh. So, we got little storage there. Got even littler storage here. I love the idea of putting the little storage inside the thing. You know? Having like two of them, one either side. Well, I guess it'd have to be like that, with some snapping. Alright, or, what do you do? I do like this. I do like that. And then you merge in. I mean, I wonder if it matters actually to the part that whether I'm putting it on the inside. So that's outside, and that's inside. You don't seem to care one way or the other. So I do like you, and then pull you in until we're not seeing weird merging stuff anymore. And then on the interior as well, if we could get rid of the weird merging stuff. And then you got, oh, that's awesome. I love that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Don't want to, like, block his exit by having him too close to the door. So we put him back here. We just have one, even. Full set shake weight. Does it dispense cab fare? This part? What? On you. Can I attach that side and still have the node? I can. That's interesting. To be able to have kind of both of them. Bofa. Dem. Nuts. Both of them nuts. The bigger rechargeable bank that actually fits all the way in here. Wow. But do we want him to be able to exit from this end of things? And would that even be possible? Is there a part that would allow me to let him exit? We've got fireworks that we could buy into. I don't have, like, the expandable, you know, port, exiting port, so this is, he can come back in here, get into his shed, and then he's got to get in there and then come out the other side, which Jim said we could do, but can we? Was it Jim who said that? That you could do that? That you could exit? It was somebody. Somebody said it. You can exit. It was Jim. See, I know. You're so close to building the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. It's OSCAR. It's ME. So if this is the back end of the back half of the back half. Yeah, there are two. Either side there is a snapping point there. Okay. Put you on here, and then for the sake of how it's going to look for Bill when he's in the back there, I'll rotate you 45 up and down, and then he's got like access to the interior of the control panel from the, like the wires and stuff. He's an engineer, he needs to be able to access the wires. And then having that there now gives us a place also to store his Octo 2, his Computadora, like that. That will allow, you know, him control of the vessel. So he's got storage space. I hate that there's big, you know, crap there. He's got sort of interior storage space. And we want exterior storage space as well, if we can have it. The cargo containers, however... No, okay, cargo container does... I thought it just went immediately up to that size, and it doesn't, so good. So, exterior storage... that, and it doesn't open or anything. Okay, well maybe no, because there's gonna be wings and stuff in there, right? So exterior storage, it will store more things. Looking at that, that's such a cool looking part and model, but you know, what is its usefulness to us? Yeah, what is its usefulness to us, at least right now? So, interior-wise, incidentally... yeah, so I could have, like, one of these, you're saying, and... imagine, if you would... yeah. There's a pixel. Yeah, I'd rather have it standing up. It's a lot of storage. So that's 180 liters. This is only 60 liters. It seems like overkill on the storage at that point. Is what I would say. But you can store larger things in there. But then we've got this guy with 650 liters that we could store bigger things in as well. I mean, I'd give him both. What are we up to in terms of weight so far? 2 tons, and we haven't put any, you know, fuel or engines on here. So that's a lot of tons. I take you off. Reduces it by 0.05 tons, so that's not a big weight concern right there to have one of those. If I grab you and drag you up a little bit more, you start merging, oh, just through the camera? Through the camera, sure. I love doing interiors in Kerbal Space Program, because you're definitely not supposed to. And here we are. Like... will you fit upright like that? And then, like, could I... something profit here? I'm just trying to make you look like you fit in here a little bit more. Because you don't look like that's the case. I put them back where they were. Like that. And then, where are you in reference to things and stuff? And guys. All the way to the back wall, but having that on the back wall, it means Bill couldn't access the wires when he needs to, which we all know is a thing that he'd need to access. How many heals can Valentina store in here? Heals? We were told not to sexualize Valentina in the media group. Not to make it a, you know, ooh, a girl Kerbal, and so who's gonna fall in love with her kind of a thing. And then in my first video, I still felt like I just had a storyline, you know? Not a storyline per se. It's a bit of a story. But, you know, like, just having, like, Bill kind of make googly eyes at her and something like that. So they told us, like, don't do that, and then I immediately did it. And I understand why they told us to. And I still did it. Because it was appropriate for the story I was telling or some shit, I guess, is what I'd lie to myself about. It just felt right. It just felt like it's a fun thing to do. It's just, I'm not loving the interior, and I want it to feel like you could actually access all this stuff, and when I shove that in there, it just kind of doesn't work anymore. So I think we don't have one of those. I think that's where I've gotten to. We're just not going to have one of those. Two of you either side. Open up and access the things that are inside of it, and then from the exterior, like how far in can I shove that, and then from the interior, where does it look plausible? I think it needs a little bit more, and then that's as far as that's going to go, and then I just leave it. Alright. So back to actually building something. So now we've got, you know, room to build off of and build wings and things like that. We've got all this storage for him. Center of mass up there for now. Let's start putting on some fuel and seeing what we end up with. Now, this would be the we're up in space now, okay, how far can we get on something very efficient kind of a ship? So we don't need it to be OP. We want it to be efficient, is the idea. And you know, for keeping it, like, tight, maybe less with the core fuel and more with radial fuel. I wish these things, this is such a good design, I'll go ahead and buy into it just because I've got money, but it's such a nice shape, and I wish that shape in particular would store LF and O, you know? But in my experience, most girls, no matter their job, like an expensive wardrobe. This thing just reminds me of a walk-in closet. Okay. That's exactly the misogyny that the Kerbal Space Program was trying to avoid. But it does. It does. You come through, and then boom, you got, yeah. I think it's a tool shed and a walk-in closet and a tool shed, though. What kind of adapter are you? So you go from that size to that. Because I wouldn't be opposed to a little flaring kind of, and then you've got some fuel there, but then like the main storage of fuel would be along the sides or something like that. Either in the form of baguettes. Don't suppose that would really work. Or just in the form of, you know, straight up, no uncomplicated fuel tanks. I like the Oscar Bs, especially for a vessel that's supposed to be, you know, the engineer. Just looks textured. You know, it's like there's stuff going on there. Put them on either side. And I don't want it to get out of hand in how big it ends up being. Now let's get rid of these wings for a minute, anyway, and see where where things take us. I start loading up fuel in some other way. Yeah! I mean, if it's gonna be a truck, Pawn, like you were saying, it doesn't not work to be like, just a little bit, wow. Little wow there. I mean, we could make it look thinner. There you go. Black makes it look thinner. And we got that color exclusively for that. There's no color change available on that one. Can do that. Ooh, I like. Yeah. I think I like the contrast of the black, though. Aerodynamic-wise, just look at our options. They don't have to match, but they look good when they match here. It's a little bit of penetration going on there, but I'm okay with that. And we've got quite a bit of fuel, like in excess of fuel. And the idea was to make these things, you know, to make something that's returnable, that can fly back itself. So I'm getting rid of those. I just don't know. They're just so big. They're just so big. But I mean, it's Bill's ship, so it's like my preference only matters so much. It's mainly what appeals to Bill, what he thinks is good. And buy into these different types of wings. And you get that. And you get that. Very small, huh? I mean, now that you're at this scale, yeah? With the C's. C's you're getting to, like, a size. Those B's, you got it in the other direction? Like, both of you come out like that, and I'm thinking more the same thing, but, you know, horizontally wised. Delta wing's gonna be too big. I just know it. He says, and then it's like, maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, if you're using those fuel tanks, maybe not. Just haven't committed those fuel tanks yet. Is this a rocket or a plane or a rocket plane? Or space truck rocket plane? It's one of those, definitely. You keep saying words and you're going to land on it. I'm thinking space plane-ish. I just want it to be a thing that returns. Oh, I've been yawning a lot during these live streams. That's weird. Let's get some French action in here. That baguette strat. What? He became the chonk. Yeah, I could get some baguettes in here. They'd look pretty good too. Let's give me an engine just to see where we're going, what kind of direction we're heading in. Like, this is supposed to be the craft that once it's in space and it does the thing and it goes into places, but you know, it's also Bill. I think you just want one, and kind of augurs for just not bothering with that adapter. And then hello. Oh, I like that. Yeah, no. That, thank you. That's cool. What are we looking at here? 948 meters per second in Delta V at sea level, but 3,848 meters per second in vacuum around Kerbal. That's a lot of fuel. That's a lot of fuel. And it's also a lot of weight to be delivering. 11 point something tons to get it up there, and then also it's got wings, so, you know, not exactly the kind of thing you push to space. If we have the fuel, Wow. Shocking how much DV I'm showing here from having that little amount of fuel. Like, having half the amount of fuel here would be pretty fine by me. Let's do 180, 220, 2,444 meters per second in delta V. If we manage to get that to orbit without spending any of its own resources, where can we go with 24 or 44? Can we land on the moon is the thing. So out to the moon, and then, God, I've done this math so many times and I don't remember. So I never remember. 1,400, and then let's say 1,800. So we round it up to 2,000, and then to come off of it, we need another 800. So we say 2,800 is kind of what we've done in the past for that. 3,000 to 2,800, and that gets us the 3,000. What mod is giving you those extra visuals to the stock parts? I believe it's called Restock, where it's supposed to not change the function of everything, or anything, but just change how they look. It's supposed to be just different models and textures. But I have found that seem to be some issues where it's doing something else than that exclusively. So I don't like hate the way that looks and everything, but it is what you usually call overkill. Center of mass is lowered because the center of mass on that is a little bit lower than usual. If we went to something like that, the delta wings, now we don't have any fuel, sure, but we'll head back over to the fuel tanks and buy me into those baguettes. Let's see what we can do. Looks so space-planey. 600 with 2 of them on there. 1,087 with that much. And then we keep going from there, is the idea. There's that adapter as well. I was looking for something that would actually fit fuel while not getting us too far away from this scale that we've got going now. It's starting to look a little bit too plainy, though, you know? Like planery. What issues? Been trying to get back into mods last week after not using them for years because they always broke on updates. The thing that I've noticed, because it's just different models and textures, but what I've noticed is I think they've got their bounding boxes slightly off in certain places or something like that. When I try to get a Kerbal off of a ladder, like getting off of the stock ladder from the stock pod, you know, with that guy, the Mark 1 command pod. I try and get the Kerbal off the ladder, I hold shift and press space, and the Kerbal just goes, and then is still stuck to the ladder. So I feel like the modeling work that they've done, they've got some of the points that are supposed to be referenced for where the Kerbal exits and stuff like that are a little bit wrong. And it's been pretty much exclusively stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know how in love I am with this premise. With just like with the wings even. I mean, I wanted wings, I want it to be returnable. This thing's not going to come back well, but it just don't look right. You know, the engineer's ship. I did like the look of these wings for this craft. Because it just goes with the everything that's going on here. Like, what if I had you guys all the way back there? I'd put you on here instead. Just try and use them to carry the coloring and theme of the front of the vehicle back. Like that. but they're not going to give us much authority to stop the damn craft like when we hit Aero. When we hit aerodynamics. And the canard. See, that's looking a little bit too cool for the engineer's ship, you know? Maybe it's just all the same part because they're good and they're reliable and man, do they get the job done and something else and yeah, boy. I don't know. You know, another thing would be that engineer's ship might be more of a monoprop kind of a deal. You want monoprop, you want docking. You know, you gotta attach to come on board and fix this guy's goddamn faucet. He keeps breaking it, the toilet's jammed up, he keeps flushing so much paper. You know, but you gotta get in there because it's your job. You're the plumber. It's space plumber, engineer. Had that issue yesterday in full stock, except EV Visual. Relaunching game fixed it, though, for me. Oh, yeah, no, it's been consistent since we started playing again. You get them out, hold shift, press the space bar, and they just don't release. If I just hit space bar, then they release enough to be floating, but it's supposed to, like, push off when you hold shift, so that in space, or on the surface of Minmus or something like that, you can jump away from the ship in case there's stuff down there that you're going to break, like a solar panel that I did break, that I broke. Because I tried to do it and then it didn't work. Damn it. Damn it. Where are you going with this project? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm still not sure. Still just not there. If I put one of yous up here, I can't block like where we access things in order to get it to. And then, but if I put you up here, you're blocking our access to the electrical panel a little bit. I can spin that around. I guess. I don't know. Messes up my interior work that I already did. Put you up like that. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, and that kind of grabs from the center of the lines there and pulls it forward and out. Yeah, I don't hate that, but I just don't know if it's appropriate. Make it longer. Make it one color. Make it shorter, but we've got an interior in there now. And again, big part of this is how do you get it home? You know, I don't have aero brakes, right? I do have air brakes. I didn't know that I had air brakes. So are we still in 3x sim? Yes, we are. Down there on like that. Well, now that does augur for this being like the same color because then it kind of hides it. And then when we're trying to come home, we deploy the air brakes and they come out and help us to stop, slow down, drag in. But in terms of like landing it as a plane or something like that, is that going to happen? Like it shouldn't happen, really. He's an engineer. We get it down to a safe speed and then we deploy a bunch of parachutes and it brings it down. So if that's the case, you know, it can still have some plane functionality. Just having a couple of wings. That are actually like fins. Where were these lines that you liked before that were like, oh yeah, that looks good that you said and now they're gone? Where were those? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Kind of loved the orange looks as Florida Sidler. I'm not committed to anything yet. I don't know. It's an engineer's ship. I want it to be chunky. You know? And it's not chunky enough. It needs a bigger chunk. I mean, maybe that's the thing, is that I'm still doing what I do, which is just building too goddamn small. And I could make it chunkier if I made it bigger. But this is the return part, too. This is like what you come home in. And so, like, how big can it be? How big do you expect to be able to make it? Kind of a deal. Our load right now is 2.6 tons. Without fuel. Without a return plan. Let's get some radial mount. Parachutes and drogues, probably. Let's buy into the drogues. I mean, I'd assume the air brakes will do the job. I've never really built something like this that would be trying to do this, but center of mass so far is there. So we'd want like a parachute up front. And then one in the rear. Would that be enough? Oh, Lord knows. Lord knows. By which I mean nobody has any clue. And then maybe one drogue. Eh? One drogue on the top of there, kind of middle-ish. Oh, I don't hate that. That's starting to chunk it up for me too. Get some weird stuff going on. But fuel. I still got fuel problems. Like this is I wanted to do this all in stock. You know, stock parts, stock everything. But the first time where I'm like, boy, I could use some Vens right now. I could use some little skinny fuel tanks of a different, you know, radius, different diameter. I see what you're doing there. Do you? Because I don't. I don't. What the hell am I doing here? You let me know. If you know, you tell me. Because I need to figure it out. I just have some balls in places. You know me and balls, we've been getting along real well lately. That gets us 247 meters per second to delta V. So I guess we want to build the ships that we can throw away the fuel when we're done. You know, that was part of my thinking too, was that, well, it shouldn't be, you know, we should just build a ship that we come back with empty fuel tanks on. Which was what we were kind of going in the direction of when we were building like that. But they're just so meaty, they're so chunky, they're so huge. For two of them either side, let me try these, and I know we don't have room for those and the air brakes as they are right now, but just deal with me for a moment. So that gets us the black tanks. And, you know, just to get a better idea of what we're looking at here. This is up to 2,600 and some meters per second. And not pulling too far off of what the center of mass was in the first place, which is, you know, good. Because as they empty, they'll still be in a similar position. But the three air brake, I really like it. I think it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. And fan. And then it's a matter of, well, how the hell do you get fuel on there then? You know? If the parachutes weren't where they were as they are, then even if I add these up here, we do actually have clearance in that situation. And now we've got an excess of delta V from that. It's a TWR on this. Are we still in... We're in vacuum with a 0.64 TWR when we're that loaded. So much as I like that, that's fancy and all. What do we have? Now, this was a thing that we already did, and we were like, oh, where the hell's the bicoupler? And then we don't have the bicoupler yet, which would be under structural. And we'd have to buy 6 tiers in order to get a bicoupler, but we've already figured out how to do a tricoupler. You know? What the fart? Fart. What the fart? Right? That's... I can say that. I'm allowed. Rex Skates gifting a 26th sub, gifting a tier 1 sub to Chirp Attack. Chirp Attack, welcome to the Big Dick Club, and thank you so much, Rex. That's a way to walk in. Just boom. Notice me. Thank you, Rex. What about the Soyuz fuel adapter? There's a Soyuz? Is this the Winnebago from Spaceballs? Says Vickless of Borg. Maybe. Of Borg? Oh god, everyone get out, quick. He's coming. All over me. It's just, What kind of... but... What's this tiny adapter? What do? You go from small to big. You go from small to big. You don't store any fuel or anything like that. I can give you the orange and black thing. Okay. So then we could do like that with an adapter, or I've got a fuel tank that does that as well, don't I? Does that same kind of adaptery that goes too big to too small, well, to the correct smallness, but not from the size I'm looking down. No? Well, F to the U then. But my thought there was, instead of having the Terrier, if we had like multiple sparks, you know? See, now this guy's messing up my flow because he doesn't look the right color and everything, if I were going to do that. Otherwise, we just go plain. Plain and ordinary. I love the friggin' air brake concept. Very much dig it. Could we do it all the way back here? Oh, that would look pimp. Pimp? That's big pimpin' is what that would be. Why are you like that now? Because of reasons. Aha, reasons again. Always getting in the way. It would cover over our that, but maybe. What do you, how about like all the way up here? Am I on the bottom there? It looks like I'm on the bottom, yeah. Then you got those trailing off there, and that leaves us enough room up here to maybe tuck in fuel. Of about, of the 400 size. And deploy these. Let's see just how deployed they get. Wow, that's a lot of deployed. Boy, is that deployed. So who goes where? I think you guys got to go back. And then we'll see where they're attached there. Also, I'm looking at this and being like, you're actually penetrating quite a bit on your own model. And there's nothing... Wow. They have deployed a lot. What? Do I have a, like, my deploy angle I can control? Okay. That's... But you are deployed and you're not changing as I change that, which is odd. Authority limiter? That doesn't seem right. That seems like the deploy angle is the authority limiter. And then the authority limiter is the deploy angle. I think that's what they've done here. Right? Because this is the one that's actually changing it. Wow. Maybe also they shouldn't be able to deploy past where the... Well, that's a problem with the model, right? With my model. With the model. Let's have you, like... Yeah, maxed out at a 60-degree angle, I guess. And then I'd really like it if these weren't standing proud like they are off the tail of that feller. Which you could also accomplish, Pawn, by just extending that with a little bit extra fuel that you probably want anyway, huh? Huh? Oh! Should be you. Yeah, I might change the color of everything here. But that would allow me to push my air brakes back. Yep, that's exactly... Okay, engines, just do that. That would allow me to push these guys back. Even attach them to a different part. Which will leave me more room for these folks to be there. And we're at 2,900 meters per second, which we were saying is enough to theoretically get to the moon, land on it, and come back, which this is not built to do. It's just, it'd be nice to have like 3K, 3,000 meters per second in DV. Do you have, man, I feel like there's parts. There's got to be a part in here that carries fuel that just gets smaller from the tip there. But we don't see it. I'll tell you what else I could do that might make this a little bit more unique and interesting for me. Put you guys on the front as well, and then to the Oscar B's. Can I change your color? Can. I think that's horrible. And still, like, better than the other one. And then, the aerodynamics on that. The very small nose cone is too small, right? Yeah. Which means it's gotta be this one, which is getting a little bit, like, pointy. Nipples. What? Nothing. Getting a little bit nipply in here, is what I would say for that. That was also going to be part of the premise, though, wasn't it? Yeah, it was that you would have 3 engines, 3 smaller engines like that. That's a TWR of 0.73 in vacuum. If we were to say the moon, TWR of 4.4. So that's reasonable. And then Minmus be 14.6 off the friggin' charts. So in reference to Kerbal, it's 0.73. Okay, even when I'm talking about in vacuum, it's like, yeah, well, if there weren't any air on the surface of Kerbal, I don't know what the premise is there. And then we could, you know, go crazy and actually give you like a big engine there as supported by 2 others. And then you got Kerbal TWR, and the moon would be excessive. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's silly. The 3 of these is fine. Might even be a bit overkill. And we don't necessarily even need to do this like that. Where instead of having those 3 engines, look at our other options here, because we've also got these Twitch side-mounted guys. The vacuum thrust is 20 and 16 for those. We've also got little spiders for 2 each. Then we got monoprop. And then the Verners, the Cub Verners are for monoprop as well? No, it says it's an LFO thing. Okay, and then you give us 28 point something. Huh. What's your weight? 0.08 instead of 0.13. That makes you more, like, viable. We get more out of you than we would something else, is what it seems to me. And who was that? Lava Lamp has resubscribed. Who is the sacrifice today? Oh, it's going to be Bill. And welcome back. 14 months on a 14-month streak. Lava Lamp, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Thank you so much for the sub. Rub-a-dub-dub. Yeah, having, like, several of those... Sorry. So we're at the moon here, and then when I put the sparks back on, TWR is 2759, and then when I put you guys on, 2436. I don't understand that, But alright. I also don't, you know, the number of fucks that I give has been massively overstated. Pull you off, because you ain't working out for me. Extend our fuel capacity. One of these guys. Some of that, probably. And then that, definitely not. Just a straight up regular old average ordinary everyday. Have I already got... Well, I got so many like parts floating around. Throw the parts that are floating around away. Yeah. Yep. Regular old nose cone. The other way that we liked this was when they were all black. Why are you not? There you go. Wow. And that's 3,000 meters per second with a 4.0 TWR at the moon. Again, no particular reason why I'm caring about what it is at the moon. It's just... it's a thing. I don't know. But we are impacting our air brakes there to have the fuel where it was. And where it is now, it's just enough room for the brakes to deploy. And then again, just to look at the... It's just so many different colors. That's my issue there. E-bags. Interesting, anyway. Kitty, I was just fighting with my... Yeah. He's been so sweet lately. He's been such a sweet boy. Yeah, I'll go with the orange for now, I suppose. Still don't know where we're going with this. Still not sure. I got my weird ideas, and that's all I got, is these weird ideas. You know? Of what this could be. What are some more engineering things? I just had them on the tip of my head, like, the tip of my something. We would want... Do we have a fuel nozzle? Drain valve? Yeah. Because especially if we're going to bring this thing back into atmosphere. Then we'd want to be able to jettison its fuel. Yeah, we'll make it piss from the underneath. Just one of these with some snapping. Somewhere down there. Can I do like a fuel drain overlay? Vessel. Drain started, drain stopped. Oh. Yeah, okay. Put the little... little caution tape on the side of it. Yeah, there you go. You'd piss from down there. What, boy? What, Mr. Bags? No other colors for those, huh? I mean, we don't really need that to be there. I could do that, and that increases our DV kind of nicely, and also gives me the ability to slide this back a little bit more. Ooh. And I like how that goes from, that helps carry like the black to the orange to the black kind of thing. In terms of visual design. And then when these aren't deployed, I remind you, you get that effect. Right now, moon vacuum 2.79 TWR, so we've lost a bit of authority there, a bit of control. Yep, just nuzzle that microphone. You want to be on camera? You want people to see you? Huh? It's your He's usually very not so much. He's usually very not. Bags. Bags. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Get that microphone. Get it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Standing on just 2 legs on my leg. This is his chair is now right here. Now he has his own chair here. Where are you going? Go ahead, if you want to. There is still sort of a notion of deployable wings in my mind. Sure how you'd be able to do what I've got in my mind, though. Yeah, I don't know. Thoughts? Anybody? What do you guys think? You thinking anything for this? Well trained, too? You think? Oh, yeah, you're such a cutie. A lot of DV. Actually, with that amount of DV, here's a question. If I take that off, put you guys back on, you know, with what? No! Anything but Microsoft Casual Games. Fuck. 2,774 meters per second in Delta V. Not quite enough, but then we could, you know, jazz it up. $28.9, now it's $2,900. And then you embed those, kind of a deal. You put that back into there, and then the color on this could be like that. I like the flare of color, I think. A bit more. And then, what are your various styles for the engine? Okay. I like it with the sheath. What's the difference between that and that? Nothing? The difference between that and that. Oh, coloration. Okay. Huh. I'm carrying like a number of different stuff. Oh, yeah, no, that's good. That's good. So then we take you and push you back in there. That's neat. Could still use a little bit more fuel. And what I've done here is not really necessary. I'd like to see it at 3,000. But I don't want to do the same thing everywhere. I mean, you're sure you don't? Because that gets you up to 3,000. It does look pretty goddamn samey, but it does get you up to 3,000. And there's no need for, like, fuel lines or anything. Yeah. Everything flows to everything else because it's attached radially. So those are just get done. Although, you know, in terms of attaching this and bringing it up, by doing that, by giving it this engine here, we've gone down to a smaller size, and then we have to come back up to a larger size, and things. There are issues. Things become problematic with the Vatic. Like, if I just didn't have another engine there, even though we lose the fuel, we've got the same 3,000 meters per second, and our TWR is higher? No, obviously not. Obviously not. 4.21 there, down to a 2.96. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think I have a problem with that. Do I have a problem with that? Yeah, this is just... that's so weird. The deploy angle is not the deploy angle. The authority limiter does the deploy angle limiting, at least in the VAB. No auto strutting. Because I'd love to be able to set like a, oh, hello. Authority. Well, yeah, no, that's the thing. That is where you had that. So 60. I'd love to be able to set like a lower deploy angle and then not allow it to come all the way down. Because I have ideas. I have ideas for how this could attach to something else. Lost 4 meters per second by taking that engine off. Yeah. So, maybe unnecessary on that engine. I put you back on, and we lose a lot more. And also, that defeats the purpose of not having to pull you, lose a little bit of fuel, a little bit of DV, put you on. We're in better business. What? What? Pretty boy. What else do we need here for Bill to be successful? What do you want, huh? You got food and water out there. I know you do. You know you do. We all know you do. What about these ladders? Wow, the ones that just tack to the side of the ship. Oh, it's all 0.005 all the way down. With the ladder, huh? We could give Bill a place to grab on down here while he's getting his equipment out, and maybe even when he's like repairing something. Because if the Kerbal isn't on something and they're making the repair, it gets a little bit more, fuck, this is awkward, as they float around and kind of change where everything is. So little ladder bits there, helping to greeble it up a little bit too. We have a return plan. We've got enough Delta V. We've got engines on there. We've got a lot of storage. We've got a big-ass electric bank, but we do need some kind of generation here. We do need some kind of electricity generation. I am right-clicking as hard as I possibly can, you fucking brilliant game, you. So, solar panels that can be retracted. Yeah, maybe like that does not make sense. Does not it doesn't not with the sense making do. Extend the solar panel. It's that kind of a guy. And then with the 1x6. I think I like it because of the... It's such a nice little box to just have there, you know, again in terms of trying to like keep it boxy. In fact, I could cover over the orange connection there. That keeps it going. So we got a couple of solar panels. Wow, how deep are you embedded right there? That's a lot of embeddedness. Damn. And that's how high it would be, standing off, if it's not embedded at all? Okay. I'm not happy because of that. I kind of like it. We've got bigger things, too, that we haven't really tried pulling out yet. 0.09 tons. We're going to be losing Delta V as I'm doing this. I do understand. How do you fold back in? Interesting. It is a bit more DV loss. What do you generate? Per second? What are we talking about? Electric charge 8.3 per second. Each one of these gives us 1.6. So one of those is a lot more than the next. I don't know if I love it, though. Don't know if I love it. I mean, it's very appropriate for the engineer's ship, I would say. Well, and the center of mass on this vessel is inherently pulled lower than it ought to be, so having one thing off to the side like that is not necessarily a bad idea. Track you? Yeah, but the odds that, like, it's got to come back down, you know? Like, even once it's retracted, what... does that look like it's going to actually survive? Eh. I don't know, I think I just preferred this because it gives it more of a camper look. Top and bottom. Less solar generation, but it gives us a nice look, and the weight is more betterish. There you go. A little strip of orange right there. Yeah, and then you were going to actually not have them embedded, which is the way that the game puts it in there from the start. Hell of a little beast you're making here, Pawn. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to say about what I've done and what I'm doing. Not sure. I mean, you guys are supposed to be in a radial 2x symmetry, so this is appearing on both sides, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like it that much there, but I wouldn't hate it if, let's say I had this, and I said, what did I say? I said, attach it in mirror mode, and then maybe up here with you, rid of that center of mass, just messing up my eye line. You guys off. It's kind of neat, right? How does it look closed? Maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea to put two chutes next to each other near the back. The extra weight that it has right now might make you do the big boom. Yeah, we have extended the back quite a bit. Oh, you're so playful now. What are you doing? He's on his back? He's swatting at me? Bags. He woke up he's been like more and more friendly, or not just friendly, but he's been just more I don't know, kittenish. And today he woke up and he's more kittenish, and I would say the same about me. I woke up feeling good today. Good. After like a nap. I think I slept 12 hours yesterday. Or no. I woke up yesterday at 9 p.m. Okay? 9 p.m. was when I woke up. I think I fell asleep around 9 a.m. So I was up for 12 hours, went back to sleep, and then woke up again at, I don't know, like 3 or something like that, maybe? So from 9 a.m. to 3, and suddenly I feel good again. Like it's been all chronic fatigue nastiness lately. Okay. Okay. He's got me. He's got me. Let go. Let go. Give me my arm back. Give it back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He really wants attention right now. He hooked me too. He's got nasty claws when he pulls them out. Yeah, no, I prefer the, and number one, pull this back off, because probably it being in mirror mode is going to be an issue at some point in the future. Line this back up where you liked it in the first place, which is going to be, Somewhere around there, I think. We need to assure that the deploy angle is fine on that. My god, it takes forever, but they are fine on deploy. But yeah, I did prefer these. Up here. Nice and tall. Remember, it's the engineer. It's supposed to be chunky. In terms of center of mass, for getting this thing back down on empty tanks, which it would really have to be on empty tanks. Yeah, you're absolutely right in terms of trying to get this thing to land. Do I have room somewhere else for the ladder? I mean, I'll tell you what I could do. What could you do, Pawn? Well, they only weigh 0.005. They're basically weightless in the game. Might as well be. So put you guys there, right? In three-sided symmetry. Now they're like that. And then on this side, I remove from symmetry and throw them away. And then if I grab you, are you guys still symmetry linked? Because you should be. Game. Game. Just want them more centered to the part. Visual-wise. And no. No, you're not. Now you're in two-sided symmetry. Okay. Now we know that the game cannot be trusted. Here, give me the... And why can't I grab them? Oh, you have to click in the middle is where their attachment point. You know, where the model isn't. Cool. You guys there. No, but I had you in three-sided symmetry. Jesus fucking fuck. No, with... Yep. No. There. Oh, game. Snapping! With the... I think we use a live stream break, is what I'm thinking. Live stream break before I live stream break Kerbal's face. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. So now we've got that down there. You grab onto those, and that gives us room for one parachute to come back here and be ugly as hell. In the wrong orientation. In the wrong ugly as hell orientation. Yeah, that's a hard no from me, dog. I think you're blocking the tool shed with that. The tool shed is blocked. Down the utilities, because then maybe we ditch the drogue. And have 3 total. But I'm not happy with you. I'm not happy with you looking like that. Overlapping a thing. Could move the battery in more, but that messes up our interior. I'm not happy with you. You need to know. Is symmetry mode type ideal? Sorry. What if you put 2 side by side on the orange parts? You could do that. I like the idea of having one at the tip, one at the rear, and one in the middle. I think that's cool. I just don't want it, like, either hanging, like it is gonna be hanging there. Well, if you wanted to carry the weight of a decoupler around unnecessarily with you, just for aesthetics, add unnecessary delta V. I would never do that. It still doesn't fucking cover it, so no. You prick. Is there any other piece of something that we need to something with the something? I don't know. Building Bill's ship, he said. And then An hour and 42 minutes later, apparently. You mean 2 on the orange like that? I see what you're saying now. So if we, it'd be like the center of mass is there. And then we'd like double them up like that, either side of the middle. Those two doing like so. Ditch those guys entirely. And then maybe between them in the middle, I can get my solar panel in. And at that height, it looks pretty nice. And I could leave it there. It's the way that the developers load it in, so it's not my problem. But that's kind of neat. Yeah, I think I will leave it at the stock height. It just kind of falls in line nicely. Maybe pull you up a bit. Maybe like overlap a touch with the main body of the ship, because actually once this is dry, if I were to pull the liquid fuel out of here, you see it all starts moving up. So then our center of mass is a bit forward of where it's going to be while we've got the fuel. Well, that being the case, I'm going to move you up more. Pull you to a nice center with gap. And just one more time. That one, it's white. The orange certainly makes the statement. I just don't know if it's the right statement. That's not what I meant, but looks good. Oh, I thought that was what you meant. You're 2 on the orange, I could have sworn you said. What if you put 2 side by side on the orange part? I was like, 2, because the center of mass is... Oh, I see what you're saying. Then you're like, no, not that. No, oh God, what have I done? I've removed... Alright, undo... remove from symmetry. Okay, and then extend. I just wanted to make sure that they're both there and they're both in the places they're supposed to be, and they are. Retract. What is... I had all these, like... oh, it was a docking port. I was thinking, like, you know, a while ago, I was like, you know, other thing that, like, an engineer would need on their ship. What is it? It's a fucking docking port, you idiot. Oh, right. So we've got the junior, and that's it? You haven't gotten anything bigger than the friggin' junior docking port? My God. Yeah, just like that. Thank you, yes. So he can exit through the top, is what I've been told, and whether I believe that or not, we don't know. Docking port and then monoprop as well is another thing. I think the white tank looked very good, though style is typically not an engineer's strong point. Yeah, I'm flitting back and forth between it, because it's like... the white hides it. The white hides it and just makes things blend. Let's live with that for a while and then see, because it hides it, and then these, and then lights on, enable staging, disable crossfeed. You think this is what Elon does all day? What else do they need? Oxygen, I guess? Should we just have women on the colonizing ship to Mars? Should it just be women? You know, so that they're not having sex in space? Because women wouldn't have sex with each other. Like, have you heard that? I mean, that's not an Elon thing. I think that's an actual NASA thing, like part of NASA's, like, colonizing or you know, first trip to Mars thing, was somebody actually considered, should we send women so that they're not having sex along the way? Because, you know, it's space and it's a long journey and people are going to want to have sex. So what if we just sent like 3 women all together? It's like, right, because they're not going to have sex. Like, if sex is a problem and you can't keep a man and a woman off of each other, your assumption that a woman and a woman are going to stay off of each other is just insulting in the first place. Secondly, if we're going to Mars, what if the people who land there have the ability to procreate? Like, I'm thinking colonization. I'm thinking if you're going there, then fucking go there and try and, you know, get something started. Like, just visit, plant a flag, and come home. It's Mars, you know? It's a long trip to get there, do not a lot, and come home and be like, hey, we did it. That seems stupid to me. It seems like a waste of human resources to me. But, you know, if you're going to go all that way, what if you stayed, landed, and colonized? In which point you would want some sperm on board. But feel free to bring it with you. I'm just the idea that somebody was like, in order to keep them from sleeping together, should we just have it be women? It's like, yeah, because no 2 women have ever had sex together. What's that about? Cis white males for life, right? Everybody bump it, bump it, bump it. Like, come on, NASA. I'm pretty sure it was a NASA report. We need to take a live stream break. Again, I'm like, we're going to build a ship that's going to be reusable. We need a live stream break. And then when we come back, we carry on and try and figure this out. I just feel like, so we've got one little docking port down there. You know, it's what use is it? Radiators was another thing. Buy me the smallest radiator you got and show me what I'm working with. Shake that ass. Yeah, but I said snap. I said symmetry. I swear, there's so many buttons that I click and the game's like, I don't think you did. No, but I did. I remember that these actually change the back of this thing. Basic, compact, flat. Okay. So then if you went to the flat version, then you've got to pull them in. I always did pull these in, even with the regular thing. It just didn't look like they should stand that tall. Like, I don't know, trying to radiate heat as we come back into, you know, atmosphere from an orbit kind of a thing. I don't know how that's going to work. You know, start up the radiators and see what you can cool as it's going on, I guess is the premise, but I don't know how functional that's going to be, really. And I don't like the look of that radiator there either. We got a heat shield, we got tiny heat shield, we got radiator panel edge mounted, we got the panel large, we got the ones that actually deploy. But the deployable wouldn't be something that we could keep out in space, or keep out during a descent. Radially attachable panel to help dissipate heat into space. Wait a second. One of these only cools. It only cools the nearby parts. That's the thing. So if you don't have a cools only nearby parts. Cools only nearby parts. If you want to actually capture and get rid of heat on the way back in, then you apparently need a system, and the system is a deployable, which I'm guessing would not really survive the aerodynamic impact or the aerodynamic forces. Go ahead and buy me into that system anyway, and then put that in, and then you extend the radiator. I mean, as a solution for trying to get back into atmosphere without dying? Pod Racer? Maybe Vulcan Rider. Kinda. Just trying to make a ship for an engineer, for Bill Kerman in particular. It's just like an engineer's ship. These only cool nearby parts. So that's not really useful to us, except that if I put them up here, if I had a couple that were on this guy who will be, you know, taking the brunt of the heat as we re-enter. If we're gonna do a re-entry without, give me the regular one that's got legs that attach. What about you? Yeah, go basic. Just be a straight basic bitch. And they don't gotta be in a certain orientation either, since it's going on a flat surface and it's a curved thing. Alright, so then if you were gonna be like that, now, well, there's two ways to go there, isn't it? It might look cooler actually standing prouder. It doesn't not. It doesn't not. Oh, you're radial though. Give me mirror mode. I was just kind of digging on the idea of these. They stand way out. And then they kind of... You can see them in the when you look out the side. No. Put them back there, though. Doesn't look bad to my eye. What if they were low instead? They're low and tucked. Not penetrating something. Lower. Yeah, they stand off too much. They stand off way too much. Just make it that version. Bring you in. And then the idea of having that radiator there is also problematic for attachment. Well, let's just not have that. I'm also open to the idea of what if this, but like just one and on the top. What if that? Well, what about it, huh? Got a problem? If it was angled down? You gotta try things, because you never know, you could run into something that's like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted all this time, I didn't realize. You in super compact mode? Yeah, when I do that, and you look like that. There's so much, like, not symmetry to this. I guess makes sense to somebody. I'm laughing at it, but I'm not stopping doing what I'm doing yet, for some reason. Have you test flown this yet, says Lava Lamp? Not at all. No. What do you mean? We've only been here for 2 hours. One test flight in 2 hours? No. That's not... Who would want that? What if it was a chin? What if it was a chin piece instead, you know? It's down there. Huh? Yeah, actually. Kinda, yeah. Oh, and then with snap it, and then put it in there. Yeah. And I like the way that it angles. I like the dangle of its angle. Like, it's got a good facing profile. I don't really have to look at it from the other places. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it could be on both sides. I will try that. Mirror mode, does that get that? No, it would be, wouldn't even be symmetry. Yeah, it wouldn't even be that because we're right. So you'd have to put it on both sides, right? Which is why I was saying, like, just don't mess with that at all, because that's perfect. There you go. He's got a little. It's a fuel scoop. You can just dip into a star as you pass and slurp it into the radiator, which somehow makes fuel. The cute little hat now is more of a. He's dribbling is what's going on. From the back, it looks like a pod racer. From the front, it looks like a space UPS truck. Engineer's ship? I think, yep, I think you've just described what I was going for. I'm not sure, but maybe. Yeah, I think having lived with it in white, it's boring in white. So there you go. We're going back to that. But yes, RCS. Who just said RCS? I saw it. Lava Lamp said RCS could be useful. Yes, we need monoprop. It's an engineer's ship. It's got docking port in a weird place. Monoprop, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's just, like... I have no idea what... Well, if you save it in the spaceplane hangar, then you've never done anything in here. Alright, well, then let's do that. So 001, just Bill's ship, Mark 1. Alright? And save that, and we're going to have that live stream break that I mentioned. God, there's just some days where I feel, you know, I spend so much time like building and getting nothing done, like not really like showing you, yeah, and then we'll go out and then there'll be explosions, not giving you like the fun bit, you know. And some days it makes me feel really like a bad streamer, and other days it just feels appropriate and right. It doesn't feel like 2 hours have passed and we've done nothing. Today is one of the days where it doesn't feel like 2 hours have passed and we've done nothing, even though that is the truth. Anyway, we'll be back in 7 minutes. 7 to 9 minutes. Don't go anywhere, pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We're in Kerbal Space Program. Building Bill's ship, building our engineer and engineer's ship, in my mind, is what I tell myself is going on. So, I don't know. I realized now in my head before we started building it, it was going to be bigger. I was going to build much larger, and then we still ended up building kind of a small. At this point, he's still got 3,000 meters per second of delta V. He's got 8.3 tons that we have to push up to orbit. Scary, so it's not exactly tiny, and it is a ship that is designed to come back in one piece, pretty much. TWR in vacuum around, like, at the moon of 3, which is fine for the moon, and that means it's fine for Minmus, and it's fine for a lot of different things that we might want to do. Lots of room, especially inside. Inside, we've created an interior where we can store various items, and so long as Bill can still get in and out of the ship with everything in there, we'll see. He was able to get out of the ship and into this area before we added all of the stuff. One of the things that I realized I need to do here is switch Hibernate and Warp over to Auto, as it should be from the friggin' start, and also... yeah, we'll match to the ship's color on the exterior, I guess, for that. Just a nice prettiness, I guess, for him to I kind of prefer it like that. We're leaving it like that. It's interior. Other things that we haven't really thought about that much yet, comms, communication for this ship, which gives us a chance to put something on there that will also greeble it up a little bit more and give us some interesting lookage. Let's see if I just threw one of those there. Antenna extends. Oh my god, that antenna is beautiful in this friggin' texture packerino. That's nice. Would block our docking port if we were approaching a ship that needed that space. In fact, like where the docking port is and now that radiator is, that would be a bit of a block as well. Do I hate it though? I don't have a lot of room up top anymore for things. Unless I doubled up, and I don't want to double up, and it did look nice there. In fact, maybe like going back, going all the way back to this guy, and being kind of part of, you know, not merging, but, you know, just like pulling these two pieces together, and then if the antenna is extended and the solar panel is deployed, not so good, but if I do that, then also not so good because the lid opens up in that direction. Yeah, I'm gonna say a no to that. You do now you're back that way. So we need clearance for you, which means that this would be all the way up there, and then the docking port would need to be out and lower. Yeah, that, I mean, and I like the chunkiness of it. That should be fine for being able to dock anything to it. And then if we are docking, then we just need to pull that in. One more time though to look at you. When you rotate on that axis, you'll be real close to penetrating. I'll tell you what, I'll move you in a little bit more. Fact, like if you're just coming right out of that docking port again with this idea of like pulling lines together and stuff. Embed a little bit more, embed a little bit more. And if the docking port could not stand so tall that it's not actually got a seamless connection. Although this kind of docking port is just for like fuel transfer and stuff, so we could imagine that there's just pipes and lines and deals. Yeah, it does mean that we'd have to cease comms when docking, when we're in a docking operation. And I don't like the look of that there, I realize now. Having done it, I now say, yeah, no to that. No, sir. Still gotta make sure that he's got clearance for the solar panels to rotate. Looks like he does. The other option pawn, well, it's not gonna fit. No, it's not. Just grab that. But, like, back here. But then it blocks our access to the parts thing, and I don't like that. Just me being me. Yeah, I wouldn't hate it if it were different. If it were some other way. But it isn't, and I'm still okay with it. Just, again, this side profile. Okay. I mean, a thick-in bed instead feels better in my head. I kind of prefer that. Still got a fair bit of clearance. Okay. So there's comms. Big part of this that we haven't considered yet that is going to add like weight that takes away significantly from our delta V is the monoprop. But we get delta V back from the monoprop just in a way that we won't be able to read it. You agree, Florida Seidler. Yeah, I think it looks better that way. This standing, as proud as it is a little bit, wow. Let me just try and... I just need clearance for the radiator. And even that will give me clearance for the radiator. As with that. Yeah. And then when you open up and extend, we're fine. We're tight, but we're fine. It's just, I don't know. There's just little things that... I like that there's a handle right there. It looks like it could be part of some kind of attachment, kind of... Yeah. Rigging structure. I do get into the minutiae of pixels, though, don't I? Okay. That'll do. Stop looking at it, and then it's not a problem. Oh, you're right. As soon as I stop caring. Monoprop. Monoprop, sort by mass. And we don't have a single monoprop container that is like an inline thing unlocked as of yet. So it's all got to be balls at this point. And we do have room for some balls. Yeah, mirror mode is okay for this. Yeah, I like that front profile. If I put it in line with the... Well, actually, if you wanted to put it in line with those, I'm pretty sure you're on an absolute snapping line. Yeah, for that. So in line with those gives you that. But I think I prefer it off by one. Yeah, the front front profile, front view, whatever you'd call it. I like that more. That is only 40 monoprop, plus what we've gotten here, which is another 40 monoprop, so that's 80 monoprop there. So then our concerns and consideration go around where we're actually going to vent the monoprop from for control, which also gets me thinking along the lines of how this thing like lands and stuff. Like at the moon, I'm sure we come down using these engines and slow down, but then in those final moments, is it possible, not just the final moments, but is it possible to like finish the landing on monoprops that we're setting down like that? Otherwise, we land like this, and then tilt over, and then use the monoprop to slow ourselves down. Just depends on how much the gravity is able to be resisted by whatever authority we've got from our thruster blocks. But we do now have, in Kerbal, the ability to change these thruster blocks so that they have as many horns as we want, And that is one that basically covers all of the needs of, you know, any usual ship design. Because now you can rotate, you can go forward, back, you can go left and right, and the only thing you can't do is rotate like that using this system if there's just two of them on there. But it gets you most of the sides and most of the angles to do just two and like that. Where do we want them? Because we've got a center of mass that's here, and it moves forward the drier our tanks get, which is why our parachutes are kind of where they are. They're not quite central to where it would be if we were completely dry, but they're getting there, kind of a deal. You know, it's in that direction. Probably the center of true mass when dry is somewhere out there, would be my guess. So I could just have them, like, out here. You know, we'd be using them when we're not dry, but we're on our way to dry. And the authority of those blocks is just 1.0 thruster power. Use the single ones and mount them into the side tanks. For 2.0 thruster power from each one of them, for a mass of 0.02 each, these are 0.04 each. That's why I like these, is because you get so much done with so little. So if we thought of these for control authority, and then the linear ones, more for actual thrust. Yeah. I really like the idea of like a VTOL landing and takeoff. On Minmus it would be totally doable. I would assume. I would like to believe, anyway. On the moon, maybe doable. I should be able to, if we're in... You won't let me? I want mirror mode. Yeah, I can't have it. Alright, I don't think there's a problem with breaking this off and reattaching it in mirror mode. And then we can realign that at a later point, but in mirror mode, could have these guys. Is that dead center? That is dead center. And that allows me to have a bit more thrust, uppy and downy. But we got nothing, we got like no good forward control and rear control as of yet. Like if this ends up being embedded into whatever part we're attached to, it's a thought. I don't think we need any more control on that angle, so I can go back to the four-banger. But the straight up and down four-banger. Really don't have much in rotation, especially. This would give us the last angle of rotation. But that also just, it does mean having one like up here, dead center of our view. Which isn't something that I'd be too angry about. Would it survive re-entry? A whole nother kind of a matter there. Having two of these like that, even though I made it mirror mode just to have them like that, I don't know that we really need them. Yeah, I don't know that we really need them. Because this would give us, if I'm correct, 4 thruster power upward, you know, down. 4 RCS venting down and up. And 2 and 2 going forward and back. And then left and right, we'd be looking at 3 power in either of those directions. If we wanted to get 3 or even power, like we've got these weird horns that can do things like that to just give us, you know, like, which might be appropriate here and here. And that gives us 4 power up and down for the idea of the VTOL landing, but it keeps us at just, actually just 1 right and left to do that, to do kind of yaw maneuvers. It gives us that angle of rotation we were looking for. I'd get behind that. And then this be hidden from the pilot's view a touch more. Just a preference. Side-mounted Werner thrusters for vertical landing. Ooh, yeah, I don't want to... I'd like to use the RCS for it exclusively. I know that we've got, like, RCS thrusters that can be controlled by fuel, but I like, you know, keeping the systems completely separated for that one. I really don't have much in rotation. You could do the back one with 4 sides and leave the front with 2. There's no downside to that. And we'd be pushing on, when we yawed, we'd be pushing from a center of mass here, but it wouldn't make that big of a difference, really, would it, for a yaw? I mean, it might give us some rotation to be and then we're doing that. I think I'm okay with this. I think I'm okay with this. At least as a test, you know, thing, because we are going to test this. We're going to ship it up before Bill tries to go anywhere with this. I think it needs to fly on its own, go up with a probe, and test especially re-entry, because this whole thing is like designed for, there's 0 ablator. We're trying to come back down without having to ablate, and hoping that the air brakes will handle what, in my first original idea that got us kicked off here, was going to be wings, that you just turn flatly into the wind while you're in high atmosphere and create a bunch of drag that slows you down in a hurry until it, you know, tends to then flip you down in your final re-entry direction. And we can still try for that kind of a thing in high alt, and then try, you know, it's just experimenting to see what will work or if it's going to work for us at all. We're already down to 2,770 meters per second at delta V, having added the weight of the monoprop and the thrusters. So there is that. Having 40 monoprop in this thing, too, would say, you know, argue for, you could probably just rip those off for as little monoprop action as we'd be expecting to see. And that gets us 100 meters per second back. Really kind of liked the look of those balls, though. Let's look at the smaller balls. Because I did. I really liked the... So, 2... Let's go radial. No. We go mirror. I'll do that. And then an absolute from there. Pull down. Yeah, it's kind of like, if I'm not going to bring them, then I shouldn't bring it at all, because I really liked them for the look, the front profile. Have enough chutes? Don't know. Yeah, we've just got 2 parachutes on here for the weight that we'd be dragging down, which, when it's dry, is probably going to be 2 tons or something like that. So that's the next thing, would be landing legs. if it is my premise to land on them. Wow, and all we have is micro struts. My premise would be to land vertically, or yeah, vertical landing style. Deploy. We have clearance, Clarence. We have clearance there, but they do need to be up here. Doesn't give us a lot of room to touch down. Without slapping things off of the ground. But it is dead center to the ship, so it should be a little bit easier to get into the right place. Use a couple of pieces of steel beams. That's very engineer-like. Just slap some... are you actually going to be at the correct height, though? Because you've been to the height of, like, a center of mass that's kind of different. I think these are on different heights there. Like, if I were to take this and attach one to you... there, apparently. It might be right. It might be right. Doesn't it look... yeah, that looks so much taller than these. Let's try and get these to the point where they match that. So if I pull you down by one, you're a little low to my eye, and then I pull you back up. Keep pulling you up. Yeah, and keep pulling you up. Oh, no. Something in my brain just said you've gone too far now. Like I can get, yeah, from this angle, I've got the back line of the wall that I'm watching, and this one's just underneath that back line, so I'll pull this down to the same, and because of camera perspective and stuff like that, not necessarily that's going to be perfect, but it's going to be close. And then how do you look in terms of, you know, looking? I don't like that you penetrate out that way, but if I push you in anymore, let's pull these in because we do have clearance on. Hang on, let's just move those up a bit. Yeah, and if I move them up a bit, back just a touch more, maybe in the line with the edge of that thruster block, and then I close you off. Nope, close you guys off. Undeploy. And from here, see how much I'm able to merge it before we lose, like this piece. That joint, I think that's about as tight as I'm allowed to merge it. And then you got that. And then we pull it back in. Back there like so. The sides. Or like that. Okay. Okay. Lots of places to store little bits and bobs and ends and odds on the ship for the engineer. He's got power generation. He's got a great big old electrical bank. He's got the best probe on board that we've got so far that can do... it can hold radials and stuff. I think it can't hold a target, but it can hold everything else. I believe. Can hold something else other than just prograde and retrograde. Electric generation, batteries, a return plan that may or may not work, landing legs, monoprop, liquid fuel, and a 2,843 meter per second delta V potential before you count our ability to make some thrust out of our monoprop, of which we have 40 in the cab right there. Would be nice to have a little bit more delta V, if I were honest. And I try not to be. Just seems like a bad idea. I could get some more delta V with some Oscar Bs back here, and then change your color to... nope. don't change your color. Embed you. Let's just see how far we could be allowed to embed that in theory. Be like that. Oh. Did it without doing it on both sides. There you go. And then again, in theory, you could go all the way back to there before you start eating into the other fuel space. Put you guys back on. I don't hate that. And that gets us back up to almost 3,000 on the Delta V. If I changed you to the other color... is what it is, kind of a thing. Look at the other, I think I prefer the Oscar B, as boring as it is in that. I think I like that it's boring. Especially for the engineer's ship. Seems safe and definitely not like death. Are you sure? Nice name with the Mark 1. It's like getting married and referring to her as your first wife. Yeah, definitely. I think we might have something here, though. I think that might be... That might be like, now we go. Now we test. You know? And of course, in order to test, we have to build up a whole other ship, kind of a thing. So switch the editor. Take this whole deal. Yep. Stand it upright and pull her up. Because you were just the payload that we need to push to space. And let's see, so I think like that. Because the other deal is that we're going to want to control from here. Control point forward. Yes, control point forward. And control from here is something that you got to do in there. It'll probably work out fine too for where the probe is on the interior of the craft. But there's our payload. That's what we want to ship. And thanks to the way that we built this, it should come together pretty easy in comparison to a lot of the more stupid things that I've done lately. And see how that just embeds in there and it's fine. It's just fine. Don't worry about it because it's fine. And so we can immediately go into, let's say, enough fuel to get us past the line of that, right? And then immediately out to something bigger. And onto something like you. Are you the tallest version of that I have right now? Until you go up to the even bigger biggers. Okay. Well then, actually... Let's do this too. I don't know what kind of liquid fuel we're gonna need for this, but it's a payload and a half. So the only engine that matches this is the Bobcat. Switch you over to anything that looks right and nothing looks right. Okay, good. So that gives us 2,729 meters per second of delta V right there. From, well, no, that's in space. From Kerbal altitude, say 12 kilometers. 12 kilometers. Uh-huh. That's a 1.21 TWR with 2,709 meters per second of delta V off of that stage. Okay, no, that's good, because we don't want all of that fuel. We want the SRBs to handle something. So, if I just put you back like that, 23, and then we put 1,000 DV in SRBs on there, and we're good. Typical engineers calling their stuff Mark 1 while using the Mark 2 version. We haven't shipped it a single time. Or is that, you know, a joke on the first wife, and so he's still going out and seeing the... Let's not, I don't need that. I don't need those jokes. Do you have an alternate pattern? You do. Go to that. Do you have... You do. Go to that. Okay. Okay. That is the liquid fuel. However, I'm realizing that we need to put all of this under a fairing. Or we don't. Let's try it without a fairing first, because god damn it, that looks impressively like it's not going to fly. But let's try it without a fairing first. You never... Maybe you get stupidly lucky. So for 1000 dV on top of what we're already doing, let's use the bigger decouplers, I think. And then see what we get off of just two SRBs of some size. Kickbacks. Why were they upside down? Because these are upside down. Ha. I mean, not that it really matters once you flip them, but... Because I turned that fuel tank upside down for the look. No, and now you're still upside down. Alright, well, because you... So if you threw that one away and pulled a new one in, that one would also be... No, that one's good. What the fuck, man? Okay. So then... our SRBs would want to be on this side. Which sucks for turning over and things like that. But what do you get out of that? 1500 Delta V with a 1.76 TWR. That is overkill. And we'd be on the SRBs far too long. I could just remove fuel from it. But let's step back to the next biggest, which is you for 666. Pull you off. You're upside down again. There's 1,000, almost 1,100 with 4 of these guys. And if it's just going to be these, then let's not have the tall standoff ones. There's no need, and I think it's a bit more weight, but it's just unnecessary. Yeah, it's double the weight. Let's do them on the diagonal. Okay. And then we'll pull them down a touch. So that when they break off, they'll break off in a way that doesn't clap back together and destroy the ship. Pull you guys up. So we're resting on those, but there's not much room before the liquid fuel is there. And then I just need a couple of these. Okay. Oh, well, that's... No, I'm still in the wrong mode out there, aren't I? Somebody in chat was certainly saying, you're not at sea level, and I wasn't at sea level. Rotate the bottom engines to better line up with the engines on the top of the ship? To be in line with those? That's pretty, you know. I really like this, but we don't quite have enough there. I don't... Once you start adding... Oh, you're upside down again. Just start adding SRBs of different sizes. It just doesn't really work out well. That's 1,200 meters per second with a 2.0 TWR. It is excessive, is the thing. You know what we're gonna do? Do you know what we're gonna do? Tell me what I just thought of that we're gonna do. Tell me. Someone tell me. Because, god damn it, you better be able to tell. You better know. We're going to go up to 6 times symmetry. And then we're going to remove one from symmetry. Okay, and then take it, throw it away. And then we're going to take you. No! Damn it. Put it back. We're going to take a copy of you, touch it to you, and then touch it to the ship. Drop it. Why won't you drop it? Please, please, for the love of God, drop it. It refuses to... Okay, things are going crazy. I've broken the... I can't... There we go. Try it again. It refuses me. It will not attach. Old asparagus staging? No? Yeah, it won't attach now. And I can't touch it. Okay, so So, yeah, I'm breaking the game with 5 times. I was going to do 5 times symmetry. What if I... Okay, we're let's just leave the space, because I can't do anything now. In and out of... I can't even... Can I... Oh. I was able to go to that, and I'm able to go to that. Not to crew, not to build. You know, we'll save and continue. Save and continue. Okay, you saved and then exit. You didn't, but you're not saving? Oh god, don't save. Let me go. Oh god. Okay, we're trapped in Kerbal Space Program and I can't do anything. Okay. Now I've switched modes a couple of times, maybe that? No? Okay. I can't switch modes. I'll click. Now I can switch modes again. Nope, can't get a hold of that. Okay. I was able to rip that off, but this part does... Oh! Oh! Oh god, and then I put that back and then you come back to life. I just throw you out. I'm throwing many of them out, apparently. Sure. And you're still attached to the rest of the ship, even though you're ghosted. Go ahead and slide you around, and then with the... How about if I... With shift... Ah, I got rid of it. And then that ate the attachment point, and I still can't... Okay, with shift... No. Shift... Nope, can't throw that away. Sure. Alright, so save. And leave. Okay, I managed to get us out. Maybe time to reload. So I tried to break the game into 5-sided symmetry there, and it didn't like it this time. It didn't like me doing that. So maybe out of the VAB, back into the VAB, and there you go. Alright, we're alive. Don't try doing that again, Pawn. Or do, because you don't know when to quit. That's another idea. Yeah. So let's just, you know what we do? We build. We build everything right up until then. So this was our from altitude 12 kilometers over Kerbal, 2341. A little bit extra liquid fuel. So good, because we shouldn't need it all. And then we wanted 5 SRBs. So what are you gonna do? Well, I'm gonna save this craft as it is right now, and we're gonna try this again, but from scratch. So we're gonna I'm gonna go up to 6-sided symmetry, right? I'll put it down here. Maybe the upside down screwed it up too. So down here it should be right side up, 6-side symmetry. Remove you from symmetry. Okay. Yep. Drop that. Now pull it off. Throw it away. Now, take you, 5-sided symmetry, that's what that should be, throw you away, and we now have 5-sided symmetry. Okay. Something maybe with the double part, maybe with it being upside down, all that kind of thing, but we've got 5-sided symmetry now. Is this the right? Sort by mass. Thumpers. Yeah, that's a dangerous trick to have learned. I'll put you like there. 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 And then give you some aerodynamics. 5-sided symmetry from sea level, which is what we're on, gives us 1,057 meters per second. Huh? Ah? Don't worry, they'll take care of that in the final bug fix. Yeah, when's that coming again? No, this game's been out for, it's been in development for 12 years now? 12, I guess? When does this come out? Oh, 3 years? 3 years ago? 3 years ago it came out. No, I was definitely glitching it to try and push it where I wanted it there. So, 5-sided symmetry, SRBs gets us the 1,000 meters per second, and then we got 2,300 on the other, almost 24, so that's almost the 3,400 that we need to go to space with to put the payload up there. I'm going to save this. I'm going to make sure there's nobody in it. This is our career mode game, so we don't revert for just no reason. You know, I mean, just because it's inconvenient. Sometimes I do, but, you know, I don't try to. So if this doesn't work, which it's almost certainly not going to, we'll just throw 30,000 Kerbucks in the toilet, is what's going to happen there. I would like for you guys to sit on the pad in the way that I had in the first design, which was on the SRBs with just a little bit of dangle for the main engines there as well. Okay. Hell of a thing you're doing here, Pawn, apparently. Alright, so SRBs, and then we break those off as we fire up the liquid fuel, and then we break everything off as we're firing up for those engines, and then when we're coming home, we're just coming home. The other thing that would happen on this craft that we haven't done yet is some action groupings. So save you there, over the action groups, and I want to be able to deploy our air brakes, let's say on 0. I think makes sense. So we'll toggle them on 0. We want our solar to deploy on, say, 2. Toggle. Our antenna to deploy on 1. I don't think we got anything else that needs to deploy, right? Our parachutes, we got landing gear, other things, etc. Is there a control from here button? There is? On 3, control from here. Which would then make me think on 4... control from here. And on 5, toggle hibernation or something. A little bit more action groups than you really need. Check action group of ant. You put it on 2. There's something on 2 that's a... Oh, the antenna. Thank you. I wanted the antenna on 1. Okay, so antenna, which is here, should be toggle antenna on 1. 2 is the solar panels. 3 is control from here. 4 is that. Why are some of them yellow and then others it's fine? And then 10 toggles the air brakes for when we're coming back. Okay. Not that bad, honestly, but it was really ugly and glitchy on my PS4. What are you talking about, Wreck Boss? They updated KSP for PS5 recently. Started playing it again. Ugly and glitchy. The PS5 version looks great and is smooth. How could it look great? It's Kerbal Space Program. Did they actually put textures in there this time instead of just... You mean great for Kerbal Space? But we understand. So save that, and we're ready to put it out on the pad. Nobody in it, right? Nobody in it. We're going to fly it with full probe control. This is our first test. You may also want to remove the speed brakes from the brakes. The speed brakes from the brakes? Sorry? From our air brakes, or... I'm going to just launch it. So one more time, this SRBs to there, and then to there, and then there's this, so you break the SRBs off, we're on the liquid fuel stage, then the other thing. We don't have any way of controlling as we go up. Yeah, so there's an issue. You need to put some aerodynamics on here, in the form of, sorted by mass, looking for a winglet that has authority, standard canards. In five-sided symmetry, where do you get the canards in? I think you don't. You know, I could put them in five-sided symmetry, but that's a lot of canards is the thing. It's a lot of canards. Yeah, and the canards are heavy. Like, is that really what I'm looking for here? Because we get the basic fin. Do you control? No, you don't have any control surface or ability to do anything. This has a control surface, and then there's the one below it. Yeah. It's a lot of... It's excessive is what it is. And I'm gonna let it be. Let it be, because we need something, and that's gonna have to be it. Save it, put it out. Let's fly. The air brakes is auto action grouped to the brake hotkey, and the brake on and the brake up on the altimeter. Oh, okay. So I just don't need a control group for that. I can hit. I mean, it's not like we've got brakes for any other purpose on this thing. So if I just hit brakes, then they would start to deploy. Oh, and the deploy angle is actually truly limited out here in the way that it isn't out there. But it's wrong again, isn't it? Let's see if I do that. Yeah, it's still wrong. The authority limiter doesn't do shit on the air brakes. This is a broken part. This is a very broken part. Because the authority limiter should make it so that it can't deploy to the angle that I'm deploying it to, and it doesn't, but it still does. Yeah, that just doesn't work at all. So these are supposed to deploy to 60. And I will just 60 and 60 both of them. And we'll have to remember that that's what we do. Like, if the deploy angle can go up to 100 degrees, right? Then why is the authority limiter locked to a 70-degree system? This is just a broken UI, which breaks the part for being there as well. That definitely don't work right. Okay, doesn't matter. F5 from here, SAS on, throttle to, am I gonna put the liquid fuel on as we go at all? Oh, you didn't, you damned fool. Yeah, so there's some other things that I need to do. Before we go, revert back to vehicle assembly, because I didn't do any SRB limiting. You know, I didn't even look once we had our numbers the way that we wanted them. Which was sea level 1050, that's fine. We've got a TWR of 1.9 off the pad, so we need to thrust limit that. Down to, yeah, we'll stick with the 1.3 there. And then here, let's get this fixed. So it's 60 and 60, both sides, and that should be that. The air brakes can also act in the normal control system as a control surface. Oh, really? Still, why would there be a deploy angle of 100 and then it wouldn't... It's a broken thing. Every other part has an authority limiter, and then if the authority limiter goes below what the deploy angle is, then it limits it. Yeah, that I don't think that's right. I don't think that's intended. Break that off, and then staging's all still good. Put it back out on the pad, let's fly the damn thing. The authority limiters for the pitch and yaw control. And so then the pitch and yaw control would only be able to utilize the thing up to a 70-degree angle, and then the air brakes would go to 100. And then okay, if that's possible, I would love to use those for flying then. SAS on, throttle to some. Yeah, I am going to drop the liquid fuel in here to help us along the way, I bet, for just a little bit of extra control authority. and pull you up, switch you over to, well, actually, I'll leave that up for now. Houston, can we get a countdown?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you went home.
What? I've been here.
Oh, well, you haven't stepped out of the building for 3 hours, so...
We've been designing, is the thing, and now I'm quite happy with it.
You don't want to put, like, a fairing on it or something?
We're testing to see if we need the fairing.
Oh, you need the fairing.
Houston.
Yeah, okay, countdown. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
And we have liftoff in the USS Holy Shit. In fact, let's get some aerodynamic drag lines up here. And as we're building a little bit of speed, I'll just tip us down the ball a touch. Very floaty, feeling very, like, loose in the atmosphere. Not like over loose, just feeling very, like, nimble. Nimble. So I'm turning us down in the wrong direction. So let's not do that. Okay, yeah. Very stable because we've got a billion fins on it, I would assume. Let's pull down in the correct direction. Didn't expect it to be. The control was on a different, and then solid fuel is still burning, lots of solid fuel left. Like I say, very, very nimble, and with all these fins on it, lots and lots of control. Okay, yep, sure. Solid fuel coming to the end now. So getting ready to throttle up to full, throttling to full, and dropping those. Just enough clearance for them to not rock into us. I think we got to about 12K on that. Comeuppance. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm pulling down hard and fast. Apoapsis at 28 kilometers. And we're at 20. That's good. Nice, slow, you know, ascent so that we're not too far behind our apoapsis as it rises. Means that I can keep these engines burning the whole damn way. Keep tipping down. You're at a 39 kilometer apoapsis right now, and 29 on, you know, actually above the surface of Kerbal. So still pulling down. Hell of a liquid fuel burn. Half the fuel remaining. Wow, we didn't need the fairing? Like, for real, though? Apoapsis of 47 kilometers, down to the last third of liquid fuel now. Damn. This is looking very good. Except for maybe on the Delta V. Gotta let that apoapsis get up into space. I'm just gonna hold here. We're into our last 500 meters per second at Delta V. Apoapsis at 60 kilometers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70. Killing the engines at 73 kilometers following prograde. We have 184 meters per second of Delta V left. Our periapsis is at negative 233. We're a little shy on Delta V, which is to be expected, considering that we just did all that with our face into the drag the whole way. Not bad. Testing up to space and then re-entry. Yes, that's what I'm going for. See all the systems working together and see what happens, especially on the re-entry. And this will be a slow re-entry, so if we have any problems here, we're not going to be happy coming back from the moon or something like that. Get us up out into space here. Okay, we're in space, and now that we are in space, what can I do? What buttons can I hit? We're not going to hit any buttons yet. Alright, apoapsis up ahead of us here. I will just stability assist at this point, and then get a little bit closer to the app and burn out the rest of this and see where we stand. A little bit closer, and burning now. Wow, not bad at all. Down to negative 100 on the apoaps. Now drop that stage. And carry on. If we can hold that apoaps with us a little bit. That looks good. It's falling behind, but it'll catch back up to us. And with just these couple of engines firing that we've got left, we're managing to finish off the circularization. That's a nice looking craft. Periapsis is positive as of now. Apoaps running away on me. And we have a circularization with 2,800 meters per second and delta V left in the tanks. That went incredibly well. Like, unexpectedly well, is what I would say. Let's go to a free camera mode and follow our prograde. Oh, D-Wreck the Boss said like a big thing that I was skipping until I got up here, and now it's scrolled off. Suck it, Houston, Electrolama. I figured out a decent method for planet hopping to get loads of science. Stupid landing legs always bounce me around, so I just land on the fuel tanks, but I make sure I have lots of inline stabilizers, so even if I accidentally land on a really angled crater, I can let it fall over and slide down and then right the ship. And working great on the moon, or the man, depending on what your weekend looked like. Hopping around Minmus is easier. Cool. And then you guys are chatting? It's okay. Trying to make space cluster truck? No. This is Bill's ship, engineer's ship. So let's deploy some things, starting with whatever's on the 1 key. And that is communications, apparently. Comms are now deployed. Let's get solar panels out. And see about rotational clearance. We're good. We've got lots of clearance on that. Sure. If I hold brakes, then we can do that. If I let them go, we can do that. So that's neat. Was there anything else? There was a control from here button, which I didn't do anything with. So the reason why we came up there, actually, so if I hit the control from here button now, change anything? No? 4, change anything? No? 3, okay. And then 5 would be put us into, yeah, turn the probe on and off. So full probe control, controlling from here is what we should be. If I hit 4, it should go to a different control point. But it doesn't really tell us that while we do it. So 3. But they're both in the same line. Okay. Okay, what's next then? Let's put some RCS on and see about just, I don't know, hit the buttons is what we're going to do. If I turn SAS off and then, yeah, we're definitely not on the center of mass here, evenly. So, let's limit the front thrust. Well, actually, let's do both U and U to 75. Ish. It's fine. And it still noses as forward as I do that. I mean, that's silly point. You should be... That's pretty close to even because it's not canceling the rotation that we already have. I'm going to pull it down a little bit more. Yeah, so then if I do like that, SAS's, get it stable, do a little time warp to extra stable it, SAS off, and then Okay, now we're going in the other direction, so a little bit more than that. SAS back on, find your prograde. SAS off. So pushing down in the back a little bit still. I just want to, you know, get close. SAS, back to prograde. What happens if you disable the RCS in nose and ass? I think we'd still be a bit off. It's a good question, but let me keep working on this. RCS back on, SAS off. Slightly to the nose more than the tip right now. So I'll go just to 51 even. SAS back on, prograde. SAS off. Warp. Very slight slow rotation to the rear still, which means we need to balance that out. Let's try 52. .52 has actually turned us back to the other direction of thrust, so it's 51.5. It's probably the best we're gonna get. Hold prograde, warp. SAS off, warp, RCS on. There you go. It's about as perfect as we're going to get it anyway. Still a little bit to the forward over time. But yeah. So now that we know that that's 51.5, is there a way for me to disable certain thruster blocks and say don't use those anymore? RCS enabled on you. RCS disabled, RCS disabled, and then yeah, so it's these guys. Problem being that we're full of fuel right now, so the center of mass is going to be down there or back there about. When we're empty of fuel, it's going to be more like here. Yeah. So any adjustment to, I guess we'll move that back more toward the center, like more back there, and then the 51.5 is a very momentary, you know, it's true for now, so maybe I don't know, you know, it shifts over time. Center of mass is moving so long as the liquid fuel is not perfectly, or yeah, all of the fuel is not perfectly balanced throughout the ship, and it's not going to be. So SAS, prograde. Could we have some lights, please? We have some interior lights. Do you guys not have lights in there? You do, okay. I swear I have a mod in here that's supposed to turn those lights on automatically for me when they're appropriate to be on. What else do we have to test? Well, there's other, you know, RCS things, so... RCS... Oh, RCS is off. We got... Yeah, you can see how we're behind the line there. But if SAS were on, it'd be better. N. Oops. And H. Okay. Q? SAS. Okay. RCS systems, you know, seem to work. So the most powerful of the systems would be this stuff. Let's see how much impact we're having over stuff while we're messing around out here. Not going to be that much this close to Kerbin's gravity well. But okay, so there's RCS tested. Is there anything else other except for going home? Because I think we're going to try and go home now. And we took off from over there. Basically come to just as the sun is rising, maybe back here, since we probably don't want to come down to our usual height of 30. Bring it up here. It's a test. Do it at the usual height. So RCS off. Like, we would want to actually go down into the wind face first, which is weird. But it is what we would do. You know, first you gotta actually bring us home, though, Pawn. Alright, well, let's pull in the things. 1, 2. And let's drop the parry. To 33. We'll do it at 33 and find out what happens. Close enough. Alright, so now prograde. Oh, that's another thing that needed to be on action groups. Put the brakes out. Which was the radiator. Because when we're coming down, we have to right click and activate radiator. Yeah, when we hit Atmo anyway. Okay, activate radiator. So now we have a radiator that should be cooling us. Follow your surface prograde. Should be cooling us. I will hold that up, in fact. But only attached parts, or nearby parts, as they say, which should really just be the front of the ship. F12 to be able to see drag forces as they amount. 68 kilometers, not much drag to speak of. Go to 4 times Fizz Warp. And let's just see what happens in terms of atmospheric drag and heating and plasma and explosions and death. We're also bringing back a much higher mass of fuel than we usually would. So that's actually something as we go down, we could test that as well. Drain, yes, drain rate, a lot. Started drain mode vessel. Why you not drain though? Resources to drain none. So this has to be attached to what it's draining even when it says vessel, even though the engines can be run. That's stupid. Thank you for that. But now we know. It was important to test. Back up to 4 times Fizz. So we watch these aerodynamic forces. Cooling is increasing, as is our speed in reference to the surface as we fall into the atmosphere. Perhaps way out there right now. Eye on this. Okay, starting to get shock heating, plasma, and whatnot. Cooling still doing its job. 18% on the radiator. Air brakes getting kind of warm. Front of the ship getting kind of warm. Anything else with a heat tick? Not yet. Cooling to 19%. Air brakes definitely looking hot. Starting to get heat on our landing legs. Air brakes quite hot. If I rotate, then we could probably help with that, but I did not need to, and we just made it all the way through at those speeds and managed to slow. Nice. Nice. Surface speed still a bit high, but decreasing. More than enough electric charge to run that radiator. Radiator's pretty hot now. And from a very high height, we deploy the parachutes? No? Yeah? No? Let's go get into the more dense atmosphere. Nice that we're coming down over water. So at 5 kilometers, I'm gonna deploy. 5 kilometers, parachutes out, brakes in. All right, maybe brakes back out. Full deployment, pulling the brakes in. Hell of a jerk on that. "12 meters per second descent speed, 13 meters per second descent speed." Could try putting the brakes back out, see if that helps with anything. Shouldn't, but could. Deploy landing gear. So we need another parachute on here, or a drogue, something. SAS off. Didn't realize I was running SAS at that time. Into water, no problem. Any other scenario? Not so sure about. Brakes back in. Fire up these engines and go for a tool on the ocean. Oh, landing gear in. I love the waves and scatter because they have actual physical, you know, properties. There you go, there's a kick. Try and dive whenever you get a kick. Yeah! Jet skiing in Kerbal. Yeah! Dive! Dive! No? Alright. Pretty good. Pretty good. So another parachute is wanted. Extra fuel drains. And we got fuel forever. We could be out here for just days on the ocean. None of these forces are apparently enough to harm the craft in any way. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah! Okay, and then let's just try and push ourselves underwater. Full RCS, not quite doing it. Now we're running in line with the waves, just curling that tube, you know. That half pipe, baby. Oh, alright. Then the other direction. Let's turn into the waves. That's so cool. Alright, alright. Shut her down. Brakes out. Reminds me of a wild boat ride I had in Greece. The Whale Mark 1. She's nice. I like this. This is good. This is very, very good. Oh, there's nobody on board. Right, we gotta test that too. Good test. Very good test. Recover the vessel. Cooling worked out well. We got a little bit hot on the air brakes, but I could have rotated, started a rotation, and that probably would have helped a lot with keeping them cool. Yeah, no science, but half of the cost of that ship, 15,162. It's like 30-something thousand, so it's almost half the cost of that ship. Is what we get back by bringing the whole thing home. That's beautiful. It's brilliant. Hello, Emil Firestorm. Ah, that's so good. I'm surprised that this went, you know, well at all, kind of a thing. So this is completely useless, however. So instead, what we want is, if we're gonna vent fuel, yeah, it is in mirror mode. So apparently we have to vent from every place that we have fuel with its own friggin' duct. Or, you know, pipe them together. What's the difference in weight? Well, this is the lowest weight thing. 0.01 tons, and then a fuel duct is 0.05. So yeah, it's 5 of these would be equal to 1 fuel duct. So no. So we have 2 of those for that, and then we'll spray. We're just gonna be spraying fuel all over the place when we do this. Yeah, I can't do it from there, so it's gonna be here. Should we just spray exclusively from the top? I think we spray exclusively from the top then, if that's going to be the way it is. So then at least we have an idea of what's going to happen when we do it, instead of just spraying in all of the different directions. No, Pawn. No. What then? You spray, like, these can be from the bottom of the craft, sure. But then from this one, you actually spray from in here. Oh, well, aren't you just smart? Smarty boy. Smarty every day. Which side is the top again? This is the bottom. So we would have fuel drain from there. Yeah, and then it can mix together with the monoprop, and we light it on fire, and then we've got extra rotation or something. I think another thing that we saw there was that the center of mass, in fact, pull that back off again. Center of mass, like I say, it's going to change over time. So let's draw a line is basically what we want to do. I'm going to say that this line right now is just under the bottom of there, right? So now let's drain all the liquid fuel. Really? And we're dry? No, we're not. And we're dry. Right? No, you've still got DV somewhere. Oh, the Oscars. Alright, so that's dry. And now the ball's up there. So if we were right here when it was full, when it was wet, now it's dry, then the middle point betwixt these twain would be something like that. Maybe a little bit lower. And because most of our RCS maneuvers would happen when we do have fuel, not when we're completely empty. And the other thing to consider is that No. Like, it'll drain at the same rate, but we've got more heft here. And then this will drain, you know, at 100% equal rate kind of thing, but, yeah, so at least from those 2 points, I think that's where you want that, because then when we refill these tanks, so you get fuel, you get fuel, you get fuel, and then you 2 get fuel. Center of mass there, and then when it's empty, moves up to like about there. So we're about halfway between on those anyway. The reference point for these 2, I think it still probably does make sense to limit this to what we found out there. We did a lot of work to figure that out. It was 51.5, is that right? And then what else? What else? We need another parachute. Does fuel even flow from the bottom tank to the sides? If you could not drain from the casing, it might not cross-feed fuel at all. Boy, I would expect it to at least, like, fuel, like, feed from that to that. Drain mode, stop, drain mode, vessel. Drain rate 10%, all those things. Drain resources, liquid fuel and oxidizer. This says it's got access to... Oh no, that's the speed at which it would go. Yeah, okay. I don't know how that works. The one below your cargo bay. The one below my cargo bay? You can below my cargo bay. I would have to believe that if it's in line, then all 3 of these would drain through that one, and then this guy, as long as it's attached directly to the fuel tank, which this is, then it'll drain from there. And then in here, that's not fuel, so I don't see that there would be any problem with that. We came down, here's the other thing to consider. We came down at like 13 meters per second, less than, about 12.7 we hit the water. We were carrying the bulk of the fuel. You know, we still had most of the fuel on board. And those drains were there so that we could get rid of the fuel before we made re-entry so that we would be lighter. So maybe we don't need another set of parachutes. Like, I don't think we need another set of parachutes, especially considering that if we're coming down the right way, which it seems like we do, then even with the fuel, like, we got the landing legs, is what I was going to say. Like, if we have less weight in fuel as we're coming down, then with the landing legs, they're going to have an impact tolerance, quote-unquote, of 10 meters per second impact. We came down at 12, and we were just carrying tons and tons of fuel. We had 2,800 meters per second of delta V or something, or 2,700 meters per second of delta V after finishing that circularization off. I don't think it's needed. Try and show fuel flow from the engine info. We did that before, though, while I was doing it, and, you know, like, all of these engines were all connected, so the fact that it wouldn't drain from that, that's why it was interesting to me, because I did check the fuel delivery overlay. Unless you're saying that there's like a connection point maybe made to the drain point, and there's drain to there. So anything that's on this line will drain from there. See, but that's so wrong. It's so very wrong, because it's not. It won't. It didn't. We had it attached to this part, and it's saying that the fuel travels fine through there, and fine through here, and fine through there, and it didn't when we had that attached to the other one. Add the spare parts to the containers to add weight to see center of mass, etc. Oh yeah. We'll definitely want to have a pack of spares and things like that we always keep on them. But I'll tell you what we need first is another live stream break, because we're going to fly this mission. We're going to, before I call this live stream a live stream, we're going to take Bill out to Minmus, and he's going to land, and he's either going to pick this guy up and bring him home because he's got room for 2, or he's going to transfer the fuel that he needs by attaching a fuel duct between the 2 ships. If not that, he could probably rip off like this fuel tank from his own craft and hand it over to the dude and attach it to his ship so that he's got enough fuel to get home. Like, there's a lot of options for an engineer out there in this ship, which is why we designed it and how we designed it and all of those things. But we do need to load up his stock of parts that he can store there. And then actually in the Mark II, he's got 100 liters worth of space in there. He's got 60, so another 120 between those 2. And then he's also got 650 liters worth of space in here. So, yeah, we figure out what kind of parts we want him to just sort of carry around with him all the time. You know, spare batteries, jumper cables, when I have a couple of liters of oil, transmission fluid, brake fluid, that kind of a thing. Gotta throw some tools in there. That's sort of, you know, just what you need. But we're gonna save this. We're gonna have another live stream break. We'll come back and we'll put the final polish on the ship. I can't believe we get to launch it without a fairing, which maybe we should put the fairing on because the aerodynamic game. But I would think how big the fairing would have to be to go over everything. That if we're able to fly this like we're able to fly this, I think we're okay. I would like to see him reaching space with 3,000 meters per second in delta V instead of 2,700 and some after having to finish his own circularization. So maybe we can get a little bit more liquid fuel aboard the lifter stage, because I'm probably not going to do anything with the SRBs. We'll have a look at all of those things and more before we then run the mission, because we're definitely going to run the mission, go to Mimas, and bring this boy home. But first, 7-minute live stream break, because I certainly need to pee, and that means that you need to pee too. So go pee, and while you do it, listen to some Bugaboo. I think I said enough ooh words, right? It kind of rhymed. Go on now.
Victor Barranco on trombone. Sergeant Major Craig Frederick on the trumpet and the composition. The Army Blues.
Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul livestream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. Candy is essential. I hear it's dandy, but I've also been told in certain circles, liquor is quicker. Shut up. We're in Kerbal Space Program is what we are. Is what we are. Truly is odd with the drain then. Yes, we were looking at the drain on our new ship, Bill's new ship. It's a nice starter ship. You know, you've got to start somewhere, and then eventually you can get the, blinged out rims and all of that sort of a thing. But that's a ship, and it returns, in one piece. We have no ablator on the thing, and we managed to prove that it will return at least from a Kerbal orbit at those speeds. And with a descent of, an aggressive descent of 33 kilometers, 32 kilometers, which was something that's just going to aero brake for return without an ablator to absorb heating and stuff like that. I'm pretty damn impressed that at a 32 kilometer, descent, we saw some definite, heating going on the air brakes themselves, but just when it was starting to get worrisome, we reached the pinnacle point, and temperature started to cool, plasma started to dissipate, and that was without me even spinning the ship, which is a good way to get rid of some of the heat on a re-entry that's going a little bit out of control. Everything else worked pretty good. We've adjusted where the monoprop is to be more toward the center of mass, adjusted this one specifically, moved some fuel drains around in order to make sure that they actually do the draining work. Main thing was that we didn't manage to get this craft to orbit. It had to push itself to orbit from a periaps of negative 100 or something, which is good, but we'd like it to be better than that. I think we're losing quite a bit to the not entirely aerodynamic nature of the face of this truck that the engineer that Bill is just forcing into the atmosphere, which I love the idea of. So easiest place to add a little bit more fuel on. Let's see if we can't get the liquid fuel up from altitude 12 kilometers, so that's where the liquid fuel, it's at 2300 even right now. See if we can't get it up to 24 without having to add too much to it. So this probably wouldn't be enough, but let's have a look. 2388. 2388. I like to keep it tight. It will still be okay if he has to push himself to orbit a little bit. We just don't want it being a lot a bit. Hey. He's an engineer. He puts safety tape on everything. I like this. I like this a lot. What else do we need? So we need to get into the minutia of things now, as though we haven't already been. But the minutia upon the minutia, which is loading it up, but also, while I'm still thinking about it while it's fresh in my mind, action groups, because our action groups were a little bit, I also want to start setting up, I used to have kind of a standard. I'm going to dump the action groups entirely here. I used to have a standard for myself of, I stayed toward the far end of the number keys for all the things that would usually show up on kind of every ship. So we've got 0 for air brakes, which we don't need because we can just hold B or hit the B button, apparently. I didn't realize that the air brakes were part of the brakes. I could just hit B and it would work, so don't need anything there. But I will reserve that for something, you know, special engine shutdown kind of stuff, and what I think I'll do is go for 8 and 9 to be for things like comms and solar. So I'm going to go with 9 for comms, so toggle the antenna on 9, and then for 8, we'll toggle our solar panels with that. And what we found out here is that we are just fine to... We're just fine in terms of this being in perfect, like, it's in the same orientation as the main cockpit. And that's great, except for it's not, because at takeoff, I expect to pull right to go to the east. So instead of having to remember that, I want to spin this. But the other thing that I'd like to do is put on something the difference between controlling from here and controlling from the top. So I guess on 7 we'll, well, 5 has that right now, that toggles hibernation. Well, you could actually probably still be there, because on 7 I'm going to have control from, in fact on 6 I'm going to have control from the probe, and then on 7 I'm going to have control from you. And I think that's all of the things then that I want on toggles that aren't already there. I think that takes care of the action groups. What's wrong with the snack machine? Nothing. Bill just likes safety tape on everything. I like that. But I did say I wanted to rotate this so that we would be... If I just take it off and snap it back on, because we're in the VAB, it assumes orientation. And now the label is on this side, and that should do it. That should have us at a 90 when I'm taking off, and then I can switch to him to control, and that'll be a good indicator of, you know, remind me to do it, that we're in one mode and the other mode. So that's good. Loading him up. Loading him up. What kind of things do we want him to, you know, be carrying all the time? And I think, number one, we get into his bay here. Oh, that's another thing we got to test before we launch this thing, is can he still get out? Because this is getting pretty close in terms of the hit boxes of these blocking his exit, potentially. In fact, just to... Oops. Oh, fuck. No, the action groups will be maintained. It's other things that don't get saved. Just to try and avoid the... That's probably going to be a problem. I'm just going to preemptively slide those down and away a bit more. Yeah. Maybe a touch back. Just, I'm trying to also preserve the fantasy of that these would actually open from the handles outward, and he'd have to clear that in order to... It's fine. But, kinds of things that we would want him to carry at all times. I'm thinking absolutely some fuel ducting. So how much do you weigh? 0.05 tons. I put you in there. That takes up one of the slots. So let's put fuel ducting in there. I would think you'd only ever really need one fuel duct. It's like jumper cables. You know, if you're moving fuel from one place to another, then you just have one. That'll do it. Could also give him a drain valve to carry around, just in case somebody needs to lose fuel on the way back. I don't think that's makes a great bit of sense. Like, what makes a great bit of sense is for him to always have some electricity on him for people. So that takes up a lot right there. A lot of space to have a battery. How much for this 1 volt? Yeah, 1 solar panel. In case, you know, you get up there and somebody needs to generate solar, like here's a emergency solar panel. So that's one side of things. The other side, what else would he want? Basic comms, in case somebody needs that. What do you take up? It's a decent comm system that doesn't take up that much space and doesn't add too much weight. We could bring the crappier stuff. I think we should bring the crappier stuff. It's emergency comms that we're talking about here, and these things actually can stack multiples in one slot. They're so nothing. But I wouldn't imagine you'd ever need more than 2. So, fuck it. I'll fill it up. 1 whole slot's worth of those. What else? So we've got 1 battery in the other one. If I put another battery in here, it seems like it's probably not a bad idea. These things never fit in there at all. 119 liters, like, yeah, they'd have to go in something else if you wanted to bring them. Utility. Parachute? That's a lot of weight. Won't fit in there. A Ronin pawn flag. I think that's important. I think every mission needs to launch with an emergency Ronin pawn flag. Yeah. In fact, it needs to launch with like 4 of them. 4 emergency Ronin pawn flags. I think that's just standard. So we've got 4 antennas, 2 batteries, 4 Ronin pawn flags, a solar panel, and we could stack more solar panels in there. Well, let's load up on solar panels then. In fact, maybe we bring a better solar panel. Alright, no, stack. Oh, you can't go to 2. Like, they would stack, but we don't have the weight for it in this one. If I moved things around, then I would be making an effort, and I don't want to do that. That fills the interior. Anybody have a problem or a better idea for something in interior-wise, actually? Like, another thing that we want is repair kits, right? Now, we've got more space up here, but these also have 100 liter space instead of what's down in here. So maybe we take that solar panel. The battery is the highest weight thing. Yeah, so maybe we take the battery out and we keep our batteries up front. And then my question would be, hang on, so then I think the premise that you had there, Pawn, was if I empty one of those slots, can I get another solar panel in? And I can, and I can, and I can. And then we're down to little nothings. more Ronin pawn flags. Yeah, I don't think that we'd be able to fit the fireworks. I was really thinking about it, though. An extra parachute? Well, how much do the repair kits weigh? 5. 5 each on the repair kits. Ladders? Maybe ladders. Like, how about if I just didn't take all of these? Instead, sorry, this is under chat, isn't it? Instead, I went with repair kits, which can also stack. You just 1 liter over on that, huh? 2 repair kits, if I took one of those out, we get way too much, like, weight back. 3 of those, 3 solar panels is also kind of silly. Like, it really does make sense to just bring 1. And this is weight that we're adding to the ship. You know, we're losing delta V as we add stuff to it. So maybe maybe it's not just about jam everything in there that you could possibly get. 2 solar panels with you in case you needed one for your ship because everything went fucked up, and they needed one for their ship. 2 repair kits, and probably more repair kits, honestly. Like, hang on, if you were there... and you were there. Is there a way for me to... Yeah. I don't hate that, though. It's kind of... it's in my style. We only have 1 battery on board that we're bringing along with us, but we brought 4 of these antennas, and that's stupid as well. Why drag this weight around? 2, again, in case everything goes wrong, you need 1 for you and 1 for the other guy. Alright, we only need 1 additional Ronin pawn flag. I mean, those are the basics, I think. I want more repair kits. That was a point, was like store as many repair kits as you can in the one slot, because that's his job, engineer man. And that's the basics of, you know, the repairs interior-wise. Things to carry. We have more space up front. We have space for big stuff in the bottom there. And here. On this mission, what we need is just the fuel line in order to give the guy who's on the ground some of our fuel. Otherwise, we could, like, try and bring him some fuel and attach an Oscar B to it. But as we're doing these things, 2,350 meters per second, so we're still doing good. We're still better off than we were on the first mission. I take that off, 2376. That's fine. Just got here what I'd miss, says a cute shark. We built Bill his own spacecraft, his own ship, as an engineer, focusing on the idea of just having all of the space for what an engineer would need for hauling parts up and that sort of a thing. And everything below here actually comes back with us. So this is his ship. He goes out with it. He comes back with it. No ablative heat shielding. We just slow him down with air brakes and bring him home. That's the idea anyway. Went to a party Saturday, was really hungover Sunday, is why I wasn't here. You bastard! You bitch! I mean, did you have a good time? You know, other than being hungover on the Saturday, though. Did you have a good time being hungover? It's important to enjoy your own misery. For this mission, we don't need all of them parts, and I've definitely overbuilt this for him to have like a ridiculous amount of engineer potential. As long as I do have all this extra space though, like as a standard general, bring as many as you can, I've got 4 repair kits. How much do the repair kits weigh again? Hungover, not so much. You didn't have fun. You had a really fun time at the party. Well, that's good. As I add these, we lose 5 meters per second in delta V, 3 meters per second in delta V for each. Four of those stack in one cupboard. Down to 2,374 meters per second on the liquid fuel when we're coming up. Seems fine to me. And have a spare parachute for somebody if they need it up front. Why not? You know? Trying to go help somebody. It's basically we're building him to be roadside service. Right? And then someday when he's like doing full deployment of like, he'll be landing on and he'll be bringing all of this stuff. Yeah? All of this stuff. And so then he's got space in here for all of that stuff. But this is still looking like we've got like 75 meters per second in delta V, more than we had when we first came up, 73, and we were very close to finishing that circularization. I would like to have that little extra ounce more, and could, so maybe I should just, you know, do that. Let's try swapping this out, now that we've got an idea of those weights and things. I'll just hold you aside, actually, because the next one up, you are the biggest one. So then I would have to wedge in one of these. That is not the right color. That is the right color. And that's 2,416 meters per second of delta V. Okay, let's do that. And then from sea level, our TWR off the pad is 1.26. Let's bring that up just a touch, so it's more 1.3 like we were before, because that flight went great. 1.32, nope, I'd really like it to be an actual 1.3, if we could have it. There you go, 1.3. And it's a ship that used 5-sided symmetry. Go big or go home, me likey. Yeah. So yeah, I think we're ready to go to Minmus. Landing legs are as good as they're gonna be. It'd be nice to have better landing legs, but we just haven't unlocked that in the tiers. So we're still just using the toothpicks. Everything else, was there anything that I'm missing? Anybody else have anything that they remember that we wanted or needed to do here? Because I'm about to put our engineer in the ship and send him away, carrying all of the things that we just loaded up. And for the love of God, all of those things had better damn well be there when we get there. Like, I should check it from the pad, too. Oh, I've got to check when we get them on the pad. Work lights? Boy, I like that idea. Boy, do I like that idea. If I got rid of the flag... Ooh. Can I possibly get rid of the flag? I mean, there's more room in the ship elsewhere. I think I'll get rid of the flag. Damn it. Work lights, though. So, work lamp small, work lamp stand. Let's buy into these. Wow, that actually, that weighs. That has stuff to it. Back to altitude, 2,404. Can I fit two of them in? Nope, gets a little bit too heavy. Alright, and then alternatively, the work lamp, the standing one, that's too much. Can only fit one work light. Don't get rid of the flag. I'm out of room unless I start packing stuff into the big container. Bill's got his own parachute, and then like I could just leave the extra parachute behind, but that would be handy for a Kerbal. I think I gotta leave the flag behind. It's a son of a. You know what? You're right. You're right. What the hell was I thinking? Gotta have a Ronin Pawn flag on board. Yep. We won't worry about lighting. It might be nice for this ship to have lighting though, because it doesn't right now. God, I'm struggling with whatever's in my throat. So, Illuminator Mark 1. Can't believe we haven't bought into it yet. And also dome light. The hell was that? Like, dome light. If I had a couple of dome lights on the sides here, near the bottom, that doesn't cost nothing. But it's penetrating with the... Well, you guys can come out of touch, can't you? Yeah, the engineer would, you know, you have everything spaced just to within the millimeter of clearance, wouldn't he? That is within the millimeter of clearance, I'll tell you that. I will tell you that. Where he lands, he'd be throwing just a little bit of... I presume those will actually throw light. Lights on. A little bit. Little bit. I mean, or pawn, you could just put them up here. I turned blink on, that doesn't seem to have done it. Wait, is it? Yeah. Oh, wow. Construction. Construction underway. Is construction. Please be careful. Please watch yourself. Watch. Wait, give me that. Needs to be higher. If it's notifying other people that there's work being done. That. To here. Yep. Yep. Blinking work lights. So, lights off, and then that means that I need another action group. And that's important. The other stuff wasn't important. So that goes on 1. Wait, do we need to, or will when I turn the lights on, would that work as well? Turn light on with 1. It's a rave. It would be nice, though, if he had some, like, serious proper, you know, cast of lighting, especially for landing and stuff like that, and he is a workman, and yeah. So, where do we have room and or clearance for such a device, such a matter? I mean, the thing that I used to do was stick a light sort of underneath the docking port, shining out, so that we could see where we were coming down. I think that's actually still a good idea. So, I'm gonna do that good idea. Which is you there. Grab ya. One absolute snapping. And that gets you perfectly flat to the world. Two, absolute translation. And that gets you perfectly centered. If I put a light in like that, and then trying to turn that light on and off is problematic, but we'll set it up with an action group, I guess. With an action group, I guess, is what I said. What, okay. And that light, two, toggle light. Okay, and then because I want to see what it looks like, well, you won't unless you put it on the ground. Could just use the U key to turn off lights. I kind of want control over them individually, at least for the hazard lights versus this one kind of a deal. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as is and not care that much about it. You know, this is a docking light, and then the hazard lights are the hazard lights. I wouldn't mind putting more hazard lights on, actually. So, if I could just take a copy of you guys, and then... I think it's cool. Just letting everybody know. Tri-County area. Men at work. Men at work. Alright, that's enough being silly and whatnot. Let's run the mission, I think. Unless somebody's got a non-silly thing that they're like... Oh, it needs glow sticks. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I said a non-silly thing. Maybe, like, the last consideration was our parachutes being a little bit under... You know, we were carrying a lot of fuel coming back down, but I wouldn't hate having a drogue. If I had two drogues on, that cuts into everybody's Delta V in no small way, so I hate to do that. And I don't have room for, like, a middle drogue either. We only need one. Why do I only need one? Because the drogue would deploy while you're still coming down face first. It would still end up, like, impacting our... You know, we'd be coming down sort of nose first if I still had that drogue. But I could always cut it. But I could stick a little drogue chute back there. Oh, God. It's so much DV off of our main ship that I hate to lose. I don't think it's going to be a problem as long as we manage the weight in our fuel tanks as we're coming down. I think we can lose that extra 2 meters per second of descent. And even if we don't and everything went to hell and we were going to break apart, we've got a bunch of parts in front of us that are going to explode well before this does. Is my hope. That they would take the brunt of the impact. That's it. Build a ship, Mark 1. I think you're ready for this recovery mission that didn't really require an engineer, but we're going to make it into an engineer's kind of a thing. 1.32 TWR on the liquid fuel stage, that's why that went so well. At sea level, 1.3 TWR for takeoff. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Everything looks good. Staging is still good. SRBs to liquid fuel as we drop the SRBs to those engines, and then we're coming home and popping the parachutes. Keep it simple, stupid. Save that craft, and Bill's still in the cockpit, alone. Let's go. I gotta test whether he can get into the back of the ship now before we launch. When it was just the tube, he could. It was just whatever it is, this orange tube we've got. He had no problem with that. But can he do it now? So, aim camera there. And I need you to EVA, Bill. And indeed, he has EVA'd into the cockpit there. He does need to be able to get out of the ship, is the other thing. So, he can get out this way. But I was told that he could exit through the top as well. How the hell would I achieve that? How would I achieve exiting him through from this hatch? Because I assume it would be a right-click kind of a situation there. Transfer crew. Bill Kerman EVA. And Bill is in the tank again. I think it was Jim who said that we would be able to exit from the top of this thing. Report crew lights on. Rename vessel control from here. Control from forward. Transfer crew. Aim camera. I thought you could as well, says a cute shark. Well, that's two who say yes, then, so far. Also, thank you for remembering where I had aimed the camera previously. You great, great game. But how? How can we? I wonder what happens if you launch while Bill is in the tool shed. Turn my lights on. Yep, that turns all the lights on. That's good. I don't know that I love that being there, that light is right there, you can see it, but it's gotta be something. Well, this would be a major problem if he can't actually exit the damn ship. So, because he's an engineer, so he has to be able to get out. And I didn't think about that because I was like, I don't think he can get out there. And Jim was like, no, you can get out through there. And nobody else complained, and now here we are. Transfer crew, module crew 1 of 2, transfer to. This is the part. So it's not like I could transfer him to another thing. Forget about the transferring. If I right-click EVA, if I go to his view, I exit his view. Just go over here and what's the name of this part again? Mark II lander can. KSP can exit the Mark II lander can from top. Wait a second, what? I can't open... So, when you're saying that, what do you mean? Right-click hatch to exit. Okay, right-click hatch to exit. So, crew hatch. Right-click crew hatch. So it is, you know, it's giving me an overlay for specifically crew hatch. That's a good deal. And then what would I do? Do I just then EVA him? Nope. Reboard. Left click. Alright, hang on. Let me just focus the camera, aim the camera again, and then left click, EVA. Yes! Okay. He can exit from that part of the ship. Excellent. And we've certainly proven, getting in and out 3, 9, 17 times, that he can exit from the other one. Alright, we're good. We're ready to send this thing. SAS on, throttle to a little bit, and I'm going to do what I did last time, put the liquid fuel in with the SRBs for a little bit extra control authority as we're going up. I don't think that's necessary, you know? Let's fly it without that this time. Yeah. And then we'll have more, so throttle to full, and then we'll have more DV once we're, you know, flying. See if it takes something away to be doing the actual 1.3 TWR from liftoff instead of the 1.36 or whatever we would have had from running the liquid fuel a little bit. Okay. Houston, could we get a countdown?
Are you actually going to do the mission now?
That is indeed the plan, yes.
Okay, good, because that guy's been calling me, like, all day, and he's hungry.
Well, I don't think Bill's willing to share his snacks.
Well, they can eat each other for all I care. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Up and away. So, again, we're not actually in the right control place. If I hit 4, let's see, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, none of them. Alright, never mind. I'm just gonna have to pull the ball down. I didn't notice that until we tried to get started here. But I wanted the probe to be rotated to the point where it would be the same kind of takeoff that I'm used to. Like right now I'm pulling down to go on the 90 instead of the direction that I intend. But what are you gonna do? It's fine, right? Is it fine? Could be fine. Nice little turnover here. 300 and something meters per second, almost out of solid fuel. Going full on the liquid fuel now, dropping, and going, and we're just maintaining speed. Wow, that was brilliant. We just maintained the speed that we made without, like, suddenly rocketing away. What a nice little turn down. About 12 kilometers, 12 to 12.5 kilometers is what those SRBs seem to have gotten us. And with this nice slow ascent, I can roll down the ball, you know, without, I'm not in a hurry. I don't need to be in a hurry for this one. You know, just follow that prograde with the dips and pull up my apoapsis. Hell of a ship right here. So overstable. We got one too many fins, but there was only room. We had to do it in 5s. Because how I made the craft. Coming up on about half our liquid fuel now. We've made 30 kilometers ourselves. Our apoapsis is up to 40. LFO wasn't out at all, by the way. Yeah, that's right. I that's how I meant to do it, and while I was flying it, I forgot that that's how I decided to do it. Down to about a third of liquid fuel remaining. We were at 38 kilometers with an apoapsis of 53. And we are getting some shock heating. Just a little bit. Just a touch. A little taste. Apoapsis at 60 kilometers. Banking down pretty hard on the ball now. I'd like to make all of our speed laterally, if I can, with this last push before we hit space. Flat on the ball. 71, 72, 73, and at 74 I will kill those engines, hit prograde, and hold prograde. We have 409 meters per second of delta V remaining in the tanks with negative 288 kilometers of periaps yet to lift. This is going to take care of everything. We're going to have to be a little bit careful to make sure that we don't leave this liquid fuel in space, even, I think. But this is looking very nice. I love that the ship came together. It came together so incredibly well and just worked from minute one. So let's get us up into space and then finish off the circularization and see where we stand in terms of delta V. I think we're going to have everything that we need in these tanks. There's no fairing to blow or anything. I love that about it, that it really is like in the theory of an engineer, it's really just like, ah, no, I figured it out. The aerodynamics is fine. It actually costs more to put the thing on there. We'll just brute force it, a little bit more liquid fuel on, whatever his excuse is for what he's going to do. Hold right there and go. Okay. Burning out, periapsis rising. 250 meters per second at delta V. Periapsis at negative 100 now. Don't want that app to run away from us too much. Oh, friggin' perfect. Alright, drop that stage. And carry on. Goodbye, stage. Friggin' perfect. Periapsis just came out of the planet, and we finish it off ourselves. Love it. Love it. And there we go. Perfect circularization. 74.1 and 74.0 on the app and the peri. Beautiful. 2,813 meters per second of delta V remaining in our craft, parked in orbit. Lights are on. I think it's actually working in terms of like automatic lighting this time. So that's good. I think we'll F5 from here. And go ahead and, yeah, get flat to the planet, I guess, from the side now. Yeah. There's a view. That's a screenshot for you. That's Bill's ship. That's what we worked on all that time. An engineer's ship for an engineer. Oh, that's another thing that I want to put on action groups, was the radiator. It's fine. It's fine. Is it fine? It's fine as is. Alright, so we're going to Minmus with this craft. So let's get Minmus pulled up, targeted. Get to Minmus. Meal Firestorm continuing their gift sub after Rex gave it to you. Hey! That's money in my pocket. Thank you, Emil. So what? What are we doing? We're staying in the in the planetary system. Oh, okay. Alright. So we're going to Minmus. Don't really care when we're leaving. We have way more delta V than we need, and we actually want to burn most of it off before we get there. So not concerned about inclinations and things like that. Just get me out in the general direction of Minmus at what appears to be the worst possible time. Might actually want to leave a little bit later for that. Yeah, something a touch more like that. And that burn is going to take 3 minutes to get that kind of height out of it. That's what I wanted to see. That's how long it was going to take us. So 3 minutes to get that kind of height will be at just stupid place to be going to Minmus at. But we've got the delta V for it. So F5 from here. Take me up to that node. We need to burn 1.5 minutes before we get to it. So we can be burning full either side of it. Good morning, by the way, Kerbin. Good morning, Kerbin! Yeah. So get on your prograde. Spin with the planet underneath you. I don't know why, but do that. And node coming up in 2:15. We want to, it's 1.5 minutes. 1.5 minutes is when we go. Okay, 15 seconds to injection burn, to transfer burn. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, burning. Okay. Burning prograde from Minmus now. App WAP's rising. view from cockpit is pretty damn nice. Pretty damn nice, I'd say. Yeah. Oh god. What camera view have I got? Oh, we're doing that. I think I need it to be auto for now. Good burn though. Let's keep holding that prograde, and then we'll get to about the, you know, height that we want to, and then from here we'll twist up to get to Mimas. Realizing that the person that we're going to save is on the South Pole. So we're actually saving time by coming in from the South Pole side, or something else that I could say. It would like make it sound like maybe there's something. Node and T-minus, so we're halfway through the burn. Less than halfway through the burn. I'm gonna go ahead and fizz warp a touch, because this is gonna take a minute. Yeah, or it was, now it's gonna take 45 seconds. Not quite following prograde anymore there, Bill, but I guess you're just letting the computer handle it, so I want to debug that thing when you get back on the ground. Okay, coming to the last couple hundred meters of our burn, where suddenly it all happens. Going back to one-time warp. And finishing this off slow and careful. Okay, that'll do it. So that's got us getting out in the direction of Minmus. F5 from here. And change our inclination. Really? We're missing him by that much, huh? If I left a little bit some other time. Okay. That's fine. So what do we got? Target and us, closest approach. Just come around and try and see what we're actually looking at here. While still having access to the nodes and stuff. There we go. I just blew out a little bit too far. So, me over to Mimnus. And yeah. Pull up the maneuver nodey stuff. Maneuver nodey stuff. Maneuver nodey. What do you? This. 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 Is it this? Did I deploy anything? You didn't deploy a damn thing, Pawn. There's your problem. Alright, so, deploy comms. That is, nope, that's, we turned the emergency lights on. That's not comms. Okay, just turn the lights off. Turn them off. Okay, that doesn't, that isn't helping anything. Lights off. And then that's, alright. So lights on, lights off. Should turn everything off. That was the wrong button. Comms would be, I said 8 and 9, so 9 is comms. There we go. So now we'll be able to have full control and everything, and then deploy our solar panels. Right. Now, you, sir. Maneuver node stuff. What am I crazy? Why do I not have what I'm expecting to have? Click the next to orbit. Maneuver 1. Oh, thank you. It's that. I only recently was told that's how you get it when it's not automatically up, is click on this arrow that's next to the word. Yeah, that's how many years I've been playing the game. They hide UI and little things that just look like, they just put something there because they gotta put. No, those buttons actually do a thing, but only under certain circumstances. Okay, cool. Kerbal, isn't it? So, what did you? No, and then you up, and then there, and then yes, thank you. And less, and let's do all of the things, all of those things. So pull you up. Pull you in. Alright, more on each scroll. Bearing in mind that we need to land on kind of a pole, so our best bet is to come in polar, capture from a polar position. And then hit him when he's in the right place. What's that, periapse? Death? Okay, death is good. Let's go up to that, I think. How long is it going to take to pull that off? Like, if I do that just a touch. Just do it polar. Do it polar. Alright, so take me to that node. Goodbye, Kerbin. And the moon. A truck on its side. Go ahead and let me know when you're gonna be done with this time warp. There you okay now, good. Now is good. I was hoping for now, and it was. That's look at this ship. Oh, I kinda dig it. Kerbin and the moon, and Bill's ship. That's very nice. I quite enjoy it. Then what? What are you doing? Well, we came to the node, and you're supposed to burn it in a couple of seconds. Oh, right, yeah. So SAS, and then down to here. Really, there, huh? Okay. Shouldn't be much of a burn. Uh, 7 seconds. At 7 seconds, we will start burning half throttle. So we'll burn half of it either side. Just make sure we're following our target indicator. Oh, looks like I went a little bit past what I had intended. Drop that. That's just fine. Well, that's just fine, it is. With that little bit of angle that I wanted anyway. Good. F5 from there. And now up to the periapse, and I don't want to do nodes all the time. So warp here. There we go. Now we're really saying goodbye to Kerbin. And hello to Minmus. Minmus, you out there? I presume you're gonna be. Oh, hi! Just snuck right the hell up on us, didn't you? Hi, how you doing? Get on your retrograde. And I'm not sure how long this burn's gonna take, but it's Minmus gravity. I don't think it's gonna take that long. F5 from here. Bring us up near that periapse anyway. And I'll start burning, say, now. It's a reasonable time to start the burn, looks like. I can't wait to see how this thing lands on Minmus and all of that. Okay, can you focus me on the ship? And then if I'm coming up on my periapse... Then, I burn down? Nope. Burning down pushes it away. Burn up. Pull the parry back toward me. And we've got ourselves a circularization from a high height. 1,670 meters per second at delta V left in the little truck. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so nice. Alright, give me, which camera? Free cam? Yeah, the one that puts us in reference to the planet a bit. And now what we want to do is focus Mimus again so that I can actually see the thing. We want to target Pika, because that's who we're going to visit here. And F5, and I'm just gonna... Why is Mimus red on the top? Ore scan. Yeah, we've got the scanner thing. Oh wow, the ore is best on the flats? That's cool. That's cool. We put the level on it. We found the, you know, like to 70%, and where we could just see one kind of thing. So this is the strongest concentration of ore is on the flats. That's awesome. So Little in orbit did not think he had a scanner already. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. So this, what are we doing? Oh, I'm just going to spin the planet for a while until I see him rotate into a line that we could get to. So we're going to wait for him to come around to this side of things. And then about now. Like on this pass, we'll try and come to him. We've been up here for 9 days, so it didn't take too long. From here, yeah, this is fine. Get on the retrograde. And bring us down. Parry apps down to what's still a safe height on Minmus, so we'll stop at like 8K. And then we'll watch and see if I've picked a good time to come down. I think I have. Yeah, this is a good line. Okay, so then back on your retrograde. And pull our parry down into the planet. That's nice. That's looking good. F5 from there. Wow. Love it when a plan comes together, whatever it is that they say. Okay, from here, I'm gonna probably have to, you know, start more directly targeting him. So our target is over there, 165 meters per second. Very nice, yeah. I was real happy with that. So here's an interesting thing. We cannot we cannot land. Okay, so let's pull in 8 and 9. Hopefully I can still steer and stuff. Use the onboard because we couldn't actually land the way that we want to land with all of that out. So there's that. Why are we why aren't we losing electric charge right now? With SAS on and a probe running, I could have swore I saw it dip down to 1104 and then come back up to 1105. Alright, so let's start blowing our retrograde onto the target, rather. So we will burn in a line, in a vector away. that pushes our retrograde onto the target. So our little green ball onto his big pink ball. Full thrust. Full throttle, please. And that gets us onto his line. I'm going to push a little bit past it, actually. And we're coming down too early now. Boy, too early. We're dead on his line, but we are coming in, you know, a bit quick, and potentially into the surface of Minmus. Those kinds of things. This is so cool. I love this landing. Just pull it into the loading dock. Oh, no. No. Alright. Alright, yeah, just taking a pass, just trying to see if there's space in the parking lot. There was. We're good. Alright, we can see where he is. Let's do surface readings and see if I can't, like, manage this now somehow. So, I'm gonna stop. RCS. Okay. That's not enough. Landing gear out. We're fine. We're fine. Didn't even break anything. That's why we brought all the repair kits for the landing. But we're fine. He's not a pilot, all right. Bill is not a pilot. He's an engineer. You can't expect him to pilot. Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, okay. So SAS. In order to hold us, I need SAS there. In order to hold us on the line, and then H. Oh, wow. Oh, this feels so good. I mean, it'd feel better if we weren't at a weird angle and having to fight the SAS to get it there, but that's so nice. Get some speed up here. It's just enough for the surface of Minmus, what we've got. How much monoprop? Oh, we're through half of it. Just trying to park, we're through half of it. Yeah, I think I like the ship. Ship's pretty cool. We might want to put that monoprop back on it though, because it did cost a bit to get her done. But we should be more Delta V than we landed with after spending up some of that mono. That's great. I mean, honestly, I want So it's SAS. I want to be even closer if I can. F5 because this is just fun. So it's K, and then just get a little bit of height. Nope. See, now you're going in the wrong direction. There's the thing. Alright, fuck it. It's close enough. Pretty good parking job, I'd say. 5 monoprop left, RCS off, SAS off. And men at work. Men at work. So, there we go. Repairs will be made. Please step away from the vehicle. Mind any active workers. $1,500 fine and up to 5 years in prison if anybody gets hit by a vehicle out here, you sons of bitches. You watch yourselves. Man at work. Man about to be at work. Okay. So we came here, Bill. We came here to try and fuel this guy up. Doesn't quite have enough DV in his bank. Yeah, in his body. 118 meters per second of delta V. So we're gonna try and attach a fuel line to him. Was the plan. I'm just walking through the service order for you. So if we EVA out the back, then in here, there you go. Yeah, step in here, and which one of these has got? So you got a fuel line in there. Sure. What you want to do is just realize you don't have any empty spaces to like take something out of your own pockets. That's how I want it to do, though. Damn it. Because I can't just put it in the Mark II lander can. Maybe I can stack my parachute on the other parachute? No, you can't. Damn it. Alright. Well, I have to make sure that I keep his pockets empty in future or something like that. But we'll just pretend like he grabbed that out, because otherwise I just like grab it and then I gotta walk around with it. We'll get him out of the ship and then he'll do the thing. Back in, board, and then I need you to EVA from this hatch, and then I'll hold shift and then hit jump, and that's what happens with these models for some reason. Walk to the back and drop it in there. I guess it is close enough, isn't it? Like I could have came out and clicked through and that kind of a deal. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna try and get back in and see if that. Okay, right. See if that works. F, board, EVA through the rear, and then let go. So what I want you to do is just see how far in you can get, Bill. This could turn horrible. We could be launching ourselves into space here. All right, you got all the way to the back. That's as far back as we could really go. But so from here, I would do that. And then... there we go. So we just put that in the back for now. And we're going to access that one. And then I just need you to squeeze your way through there. F grab. B board. EVA out of the hatch. Let go. Stand up. RCS off. Give yourself a big jump. Yeah! Oh wow, he is completely under his own authority right now. That's him doing that, not me. I didn't tell him to. All right, RCS back on. I don't even know where you are, Bill. Oh, yeah, that's a good spot for you. All right, so now what we're gonna do is actually get you down on the ground. Oh wait, I did put in these ladders. I think it makes more sense if Bill's just on the ground for this. So, we're going to try what I don't know if it works or not, which is I'm going to the engineer's EVA menu here. I'm going to grab this out of here. And what I want is to attach the fuel tank. Attach this to this rear fuel tank because that'll you know, be one that doesn't need to be, like, extra balanced or something like that. So, if I attach you to... I guess there will do. Good work, Bill. And then to that one. That didn't work there. Okay, let's try a clearer line going from here to there. Doesn't look like we can transfer fuel in the engineering thing. Let's try in reverse. Let's try putting this on here. And then attaching you to there. Yeah, see, and that's, I kind of figured that that wouldn't be a thing that could be done. Because reasons. Reasons and thoughts and reasons and stuff like that. Because it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. So put you back in here. Yeah, actually I could have just walked out here and done all the work. He doesn't need to get in the back. It's just, it was fun. Yeah, it's a two-person pod. I can bring him home. The other thing that I could try and do is give him this fuel tank. It's got so much shit on it, though. I can give him both of the Oscar Bs. Can I, though? You can remove an engine? Alright, set the engine over there. I'm just seeing what my options are. I give him that Oscar B. And I give him that Oscar B. And then I put our engines back on. Oh, well, now you don't like it because the landing gear's in the way. Is that the thing? Oh. Yeah, I think now he doesn't like it because the landing gear's in the way. Well, then we'll just undeploy that landing gear, won't we? So, you know, we're engineers. We do what needs to be done. Get rid of that. Can I not force the landing gear to collapse from outside the ship? I'm an engineer. Oh, shit. Yeah, look out, Bill. He's just moving. You need to be a little bit closer for the next connection that needs to be made. So that should do it, right, Bill? That's the one we were looking for. Oh, a little bit too close? All right, well, you just nudge that ship away then with your head. Uh-huh. That doesn't look like that's going well, actually. That doesn't seem like that's the way that we want things to happen. Well, that's fine, is what it is. It's just fine. Yep. 3 landing legs. Who the hell designed this? Right? Bill? You have to go get back on board. Board your craft. And we're going to have to lay this thing on its belly. So bring in the landing gear. And then hopefully we'll be able to... Okay, and then maybe leave the SAS on. VA. See if that works. Get off. And over here. I'm an engineer. Oh, shit! The mark of a true good engineer. That. Our engine. Going back on. Still refuses. Still refuses. Being a little bit bitchy, game. Is what I would say. A little bit bitchy. Right? Well, what's your problem then? Hmm? Oh man, this whole system This whole exterior, like, we can... No, but you can, but I can't. Like, that's not an embedding issue or anything. I don't know what the fuck your problem is, if I'm honest. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna rip this off, too. You can have this. I don't need that fuel. You can have fuel for years, friend. You know what? Here. In fact, I'll trade you. I can't put that there now? Can't put fucking anything anywhere? Is that what we're saying? Jesus. Put it back. You're gonna have to... Something. Alright, just leave that on the ground for now. Leave it on the ground. Leave you on the ground. I'm just trying to figure out, like, what part is the problem. I don't want you to start rolling, actually, so... Yeah, just snap that together. That's what I wanted. Still nothing. Still can't attach. Still cannot attach this. I mean, is that like a rule that you can't pull an engine off? Because I could go with that. If they wouldn't have let me do it, I would have been happier. Like, you could rip the engine off, but you can't put it back. I don't... You know, my question is, what the fuck are the rules? Nothing. Maybe reload the scene? Okay. Could the air brakes be in the way? That's, I guess. Or Bill himself. Now I was actually trying to move him closer just in case it was some kind of not close enough thing. Always got to figure out how Kerbal is going to handle any of this shit. But I fully anticipated that there would be all of these complications and things. How can you attach a fuel line to another craft, like the physics between two crafts becoming one out in the wild in Kerbal Space Program? It can't even load the ships into scene without making them bounce when they're their own thing. So the idea of that, they just fly off. So I figured that wouldn't work. Can't necessarily say that I thought we'd have this kind of problem just attaching an engine. Step you away just to make sure you're not in the zone. Space where we need to be building, because that was one of the things. Okay, we can attach it radially now, but we can't attach to the node. What the fuck? I could do... And now I can't... I saw that we could attach in there for a minute. This game now. So we could attach there. And now we can attach any of these places. And now I'm going to try and attach to the node. And definitely can't do that. And then after we do that... And then I can't that either. This is not good. No. No. By which we all, of course, mean the game, right? I mean, alright. Radially attached. And then... with snapping. Absolute. Yeah, it's not gonna, because in the wild, absolute doesn't mean shit. So we'll never get the engines back on in a way that make the slightest bit of sense. Which means I should probably just go back to the last time that I F5'd. It's a damn shame, you know, that they can't build a game or an update or an upgrade that works. But what can you do, you know? Sit here and bitch about it all day? I mean, I could, but you guys can't. You don't have that kind of skill. Like, the last thing that I want to try before there would be like an F9 involved would be, hold this off. Yeah, we tried the radial attach and then snap to node. Well, then snapping mode anyway. Are you're suggesting, like, since I've got it radially attached now, then... Yeah, because the absolute snapping doesn't snap it into the center. And then if I hold Alt, yeah, we still got nothing. What I'd like to see is if the problem is these. So I'm going to yank that off. And throw you on the ground as well. See if that's what's blocking. And it's not. And now I can attach there. I didn't used to be able to attach there. Is this a camera position issue? Is this one of those weird Kerbal, oh, but the camera's in the wrong place. Attach the tanks to Pika's ship, drain the fuel, and then put the tanks back on Bill's ship. Oh yeah, that'd be a good thing. But we can't actually, like, rebuild the ship at all, apparently. Not allowed to do that. We can't use the node system, but we can radially attach. And now, see that? It's green, and it's snapping to the node, and then I touch there, and then I come back over or something. Like, it went red, now it's red. And I pull it off, I put it back, now it's green. Like, I just want to figure out what the hell, you know? Well, good work, squad, as ever. F9 and see where I was. What happened to the ship? Why is it disassembled on Mrs. Lava Lamp? Because we're trying to figure out if the engineering system can be made to work at all. And what we're finding out is no, not so much. Alright. Bill, exit from here. I mean... And then I'm wondering if, like, the restock parts could have anything to do with it. Like, does it work on other people's systems? You know, but the restock parts are just, like, they're supposed to have the same model, same size, the same everything. They just changed, like, well, not the same models, but the same skins and parts and everything like that. But is there something to do with that? Like, does this system actually work? And the problem is that I've never known Squad to get anything right, so... Why would I believe that? Into the engineering system again, because another solution here. I'd love this guy to fly himself home. He can just get in our ship and come home with us, but I would love if he could fly himself home. I'm not allowed to detach this because it's got parts attached to it. Which is why, wouldn't it be great if I could just snap that off? And I'm going to try again, because I'm a sucker for, you know, I'm just a fool for you. And then put it back on. And now it would go back on there. Okay. So maybe reloading and retrying the scene. The question is, can I then take this off, put that there, then pick this up, and put it there, and no. It's like, because I've changed the nodes, I can't? Because that, no, like, it would do it before I removed that, but now I've removed that, and now it won't on the node that was on, or something. I want there to be a logic to it. I want there to be a reason. Can you put it on the Oscar tank over on the other ship? Yes, I can. So then, but I can't pull more than one part off. Let's, I know that this is potentially just a waste of time. Look at the debug menu. Shoot, how do I get to the debug menu? F12, F11? No. F10? No. Oh god. Yes, all enabled. Okay, Alt F12? Alt F12? Spark liquid fuel engine, landed waiting for ground contact, resume physics, detected and activating the engine, reloaded drag cube for zeroed cube root part, wrestled something, highlighting the edge highlighting requires, so can I then, while I've got this open, grab this, attempt to click and see if something happens, and it doesn't. Wait for engine. I have extra debug options. Yeah, it doesn't even generate anything log-wise. I don't know. So if you take the golden fuel tanks and put them on the other ship, can you then attach the Oscar tank and engine on Bill's ship? Okay. Let's give that a try. Except for then what I need to do is put the you on the ground. You on the ground. You on you. Well, I still have to rip that off again. And then put you there. Set you on the ground. Put this over here. The Oscar B refuses to attach now. I remember last time we collapsed the leg and then we removed the leg. We did remove the leg, didn't we? Started ripping all kinds of pieces off the damn thing in order to give it clearance. Now you can attach the Oscar B to the gold ring on the other ship. No. And I also can't attach the engine to that. Ah, but now I can. So the angle that I set it on the ground, like if I set it down like this, then I picked it up, and it'll attach like that. I flip it over, it won't attach like that. If I set it down like this, now it doesn't like it. Try again. No, it still doesn't like it. Okay, so there's just no consistency. Oh shit. Oh shit. But then wait, and then there were moments there where it would allow it, and it would, and then, but now no. But that'll attach like that. And then I can force it on there. So maybe. Okay, number one, like, swing it around, just in case. But let's drop it and then pick it up. Well, it's still on like that angle. No, sir. If you can node attach with nozzle, could use the rotate tool. I don't think that it would work I don't think the engine part is smart enough to be like, well, the nozzle's not blocked. I think if you attach to that node, it just doesn't work, would be my expectation. But I also can't get it to attach there. Oh, for a second, you saw it flitter green on the wrong side. Yeah. Did it do it there, or am I crazy? And it will attach to this one. It won't attach to that one. I mean, it could be this now. Like, it could... I'm going to rip that off just so that we can try and get somewhere with, you know, like, testing this. Trying to figure something out. You fuck off, too. Okay. Bye! Didn't need that anyway. No, it's just like, go fuck yourself, is what it seems to be. It's just, it doesn't like me. Doesn't like me. We can attach it radially, but we'll never get the engine actually centered again. Like, all I can do is eyeball it like that, and then absolute means nothing to anything, apparently. When it's on the surface, so if I use snapping absolute, I'm gonna grab... Yeah, that's not centered. Like, for a minute there I was like, oh! No, hey, it's working this time, but I don't think that's actually centered. Yeah, that is not centered. No, sir. But I could eyeball it, you know? I'm gonna eyeball the thing back in place. It's just what we have discovered quite clearly today is that the system just doesn't work. It just don't work. And I'd love to hear, like, other people's feedback. Has anybody else, you know, done a significant amount of messing with these things on the surface of a planet in particular? Because every time I try to do it on the surface of a planet, it just don't work. When we did some stuff on the satellite, it seemed like it was more able to deal with that, except that, you know, snapping points and nodes and things like that. Like, there's no actual orientation once you get outside of the VAB, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't know what they've decided to link orientation, absolute, these values to. Because it's a genuine, like, problem in coding to figure out, like, which I could see which is what you're going to use for that, especially knowing that their system of like how space is built actually puts Kerbal at the center of the universe, I believe. So Kerbal is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 on the XYZ axis, and that makes for a whole bunch of weird shit that has to be done to, like, work around a whole bunch of different systems. So for this to somehow, you know, integrate as an exterior outside the VAB, the craft can be at an angle while you're building at it, the parts can be at an angle that you can set down on the ground, they roll around. Not done surface, did orbit construction. Building a girder of many girders was pain to line up. I think outside might be tied to the surface. That's slightly curved, maybe. Yeah, and that would be a horrible thing, too, to just make it, you know, the surface. You could do the core of the planet. You could do the center of the sphere of influence, the gravitational well. You could do the craft, you know, the craft's root part, whatever its orientation is. Now that's going to be the orientation for the whole ship. Something along those lines. In fact, now there's a thought. Let's pull this back off. No. Let's pull this back off, and I'll just set it down normally. And could I, like, change what's this do? Exit construction mode, rotate, move. Yeah. I was gonna try and reroute the craft to that, but apparently you can't, which is fair enough outside of the VAB. It's just 2 parts that are attaching by node should probably just attach by node, right? Like that should just work. Yeah? Man, I swear for a moment there it flitted green. I still don't have a solution for actually, you know, working outside the craft then. I don't know. Maybe they'll, you know, push a patch down in 6 years or something that'll make the system work. So what solution do I have left? If I rip the... Yeah, let's try that. Let's try this. Instead of removing... oh, no. Get back on board, Bill. Instead of removing the engines, let's just come up with something where we don't have to remove the engines. So crew hatch, EVA, come out here. Stand up. RCS. Yeah, no, but actually do it. So here's what I'm going to try. Height. Here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to rip that off, put it in. Rip you off, put it in. Take you off, put it in. Take you off, put it in. These things are not attached to that. So you should now be free. And there's a fucking fuel tank for you, bud. I hope you're fucking happy. And all of these parts, they could just come home with us, you know? Move the tanks over, drain the fuel, and place them back on Bill's ship. We could do that, yeah. Like, just this tank. All of the others, if I move something, we're never gonna get it back. That one, I mean, if we don't get it back, who cares, basically. But let's just try this, so... Back over to you. And you now have 361 meters per second in delta V. It's about enough to get home. So in. Transfer all the fuel on board. And then back to Bill Kerman. Back to this mode. Grab empty fuel tank. Reattach. Now, what's your DV? 372 meters per second. That kind of gets it done. Could node attach engine on Oscar B tank, so that could work if you place the tanks back after draining. Let's give him some more liquid fuel, I think. So the ship is probe controlled, which means I should be able to do that without having to come through here. Let's put everything that's in the Oscar B's in. So, into you. Always add more to the tank and transfer again. Yep, so I'm doing. And then back to Bill. Over to there. Just sad that we couldn't figure out a way to make it work, you know, the way that it absolutely should. But there's a whole bunch of options here, and we've got the perfect ship for having to deal with Kerbal Space Program's bullshit, because we're prepared. We've got one of everything that we could possibly need. We can solve any of the problems, even when the problems that we should be able to solve, we can't solve. That's how we do it in a row. Down here is Spoil Sport Motors. In from that guy. And then back to Bill. Yank that tank off. Oh. Put that tank back. So you gotta line up that RCS thruster. I just won't use it. No, I will put it back. Just because it won't be a problem. I see very well. Let's just make sure that we've got enough fuel here now. 561 meters per second in delta V. That's more than enough to get back from Minmus, I think. Maybe, probably. Could be. Bill? Yeah, you. And this. Give me that. Wow, really? Alright, well maybe you were right, but not for the reasons you thought. Yeah! Okay, what the fuck ever. Just line this up like that. And then slide it over. And say, goody fucking enough, because it's an RCS thruster. It's not gonna kill us. Nothing else do we actually need to put back. We're just not gonna bother. We'll just keep it. We're bringing it home. Lots of, you know, we still get the money for all of those pieces. Yeah, we're ready to go. We're ready to go. And before we do, we should really like make sure that the guy who we came here to get him home manages to get home. Like, we shouldn't leave the site until he's left the site successfully. So, we're switching from controlling Bill Kerman to controlling Pika Pop, who now has 561 meters per second of Delta V. I believe all of your science equipment has been, you know, used. Yeah. You got one of everything there. You got a surface sample. I think we even went out and got a rock, and it turns out that you only get them once because this game, because why would you do that? Why would you made DLC and then the first time that you get a rock, that's the last time that you get any science for a rock? Jesus Christ, oh fucking my. But Pika Pup, you can now come home, I think, anyway. And what you'd need to do, oh, look at that lineup. Huh? What the fuck is that? Ronbert's pod? Maybe Bill will pick up this Ronbert asshole on his way home, you know? What the hell? We got... Why not? Why did Ronbert's pod line up so perfectly? Oh, it didn't. Okay. So we need to come off the planet and head west is my best guess of which direction we should go. Pika, SAS on. How's your electric charge? You're fine. And we're going to go up, and then we're going to bank down to the 270. F5 from here, and maybe slowly. We're parked right next to this other ship. We don't want to... Oh, Jesus. Bye. Thanks for the tune-up. Hopefully this is enough. I don't think that's the direction we wanted to go. I'm almost certain that's not the direction that we wanted to go. Yeah, that's more the direction we wanted to go. Get the hell out of Mimus. And I'll just slow burn here and see when this when it stops working for us. When it stops getting that periapsis to lower nicely. Which will probably be coming up shortly. 100 meters per second of Delta V left, and now we're going full weirdness. If I go full prograde from here, if I burn more that way, does it get slower? It gets worse in that direction. So over here, prograde. Okay, I'm running out of fuel, and I do want to get you home. I just was gonna like eyeball it if I could. Give me this, add a maneuver, and then what we got to do to get you where you need to be. Give me that other periapsis. Okay. So yeah, it's mainly just this. Alright, yep. Everything ran away on me. Yep, that's good. It's just radial. Just a radial burn. Just turn this down a bit. Where'd the periapsis go? It's just a radial burn. So maybe just fucking do it and don't care. There, that's perfect, right? 32,000 from there, 41.3 meters per second. Yeah. So, you know, where are you? Good, you left. Bye! Thank you for the roadside jump. So I'm just gonna do a radial. I'm gonna drop this. And watch our periapsis fall. And we are bringing Pika Pup home. Okay, that's a little deep, Pika. So, you know, I guess he wants to get home fast. Fine. F5ing from here. I'm on the 500 science tiers, tech nodes. I'm yet to get a contract for picking up the rocks. Really? I don't know if we ever got a contract for it either. I just kind of did it because I knew it was out there and yeah. Ugh. Ugh. Please pick up your trash. This is a pristine environment. We did. There's nothing on the ground. Brought it. Alright, thank you. I can't go back to the other ship anymore. So, manually, where's, yeah. Bill. Let's switch back over to Bill, and then, consider trying to pick up this Yahoo who's stranded in orbit. Because, apparently that's a mission I took. Because you've got 1,197 meters per second of delta V around Minmus, and Ronbert? Or is that like, I don't know, is there somebody in there? Is that a mission I have? Rescue Ronbert. Save Ronbert. Okay, which direction you going? Going that way? Is that what I'm seeing? That's what I'm seeing. You're going that way. I'm gonna try and grab Ronbert on our way. You know, we came out, listen, if you're gonna repair somebody, they got a flat tire, they need a jump, they need an engine put back on, you can't do that. That's fucking impossible physically. But you're gonna give somebody a jump, and then you see a guy stranded on the side of the road? Yeah, I'll fucking help him. Why, something for you? Just do the thing and don't be such a dick, is what I suggest. So the way that I'm gonna get to Ronbert is to, from where I am, what you'd want to do is, yeah, go north. Go north, and they'll send me out on this way, and I'll have to twist like a lot. But we'll try that. We'll try it. Who could it hurt? What could it possibly hurt? Alright, so we're done doing the repairs here. Press 1 again. And it doesn't turn the lights off. Let me just check the action group on that, because I don't trust this game, obviously. It's just turn light on. I wanted it to toggle. 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 Yeah, that was my fault. Alright. There you go. Hit the button, and it turns them off. And with that, by the way, that's what the surface of that looks. So now we know that. Oh, shoot, Bill, I almost forgot. No. Reboard. I almost forgot. You came all the way out here to Mimus to help and everything, and you should really plant your own flag next to his, because he needed your hand to actually make it. Okay, that's, nope, right. You get some XP for planting flags, don't you? Oh, wow. Actually, Bill, now you've given me an idea. Yes. Okay. RCS off. Can I plant a flag? No? Damn it. This game is actually... We can take a surface sample, but we can't plant a flag from here? Alright, we'll take a surface sample. I'm already bringing one of those home. But damn. I was gonna put a flag on a flag, you know? Game, nice try. I can take a surface sample from all of it, but I can't plant a flag. Alright. Alright, there you go. You stand there. Yeah. Plant flag. If they can detect when I'm actually on the surface. Yeah. Alright, so this is Bill's roadside assistance. Site 1. Made my first $1. Oh my god. Alright. Get that up. Get back in the ship. Alright, so we're gonna fly north, right? That's what I said. I'm not exactly sure which direction is north, but I do have RCS, and I will use it to launch. Taking surface samples from a height is just a matter of how big your ice cream scoop is. If the fuel isn't balanced after refueling the other ship, you might get spun round. Well, I mean, I just pulled it out of the ass end of it, so it's going to change the... But from left to right, it's perfect. You know, everything should be perfectly symmetrical. Symmetrical. So... RCS on. We're taking off. F5K. SAS as well. Derp. Okay. And then... Where's north? That way. Okay. Go! Bring in that landing gear. Where's your app? Yeah, I like it. Okay. We'll get up to there, and we'll blow out the other side. That was cool. That was cool. No RCS for rendezvous now. Could be annoying to approach. Oh yeah, that would have been a good idea to have some RCS for that. But it was too cool. It was too cool looking to not. Alright, get me to my AP. Get me to my app. And I'm going to blow the other side out to his height. And then we'll twist from the furthest point away from the gravity well. I should have started burning earlier. Give me prograde. Facts. And that would mean burn more toward the sky, I think. To blow the app out in the direction that I want it to be. His app WAPS is 422. No, mine is 422. Ah, good morning from Europe. Hello, Condor 70. How you doing? How you doing? Uptime is 5 hours and 33 minutes. That's correct. Yes. Nobit has no idea. Twitch kicked him in the... They took away his fundamental ability to really do his job. Just in updates and things like that. It's just how Twitch rolls, baby. So, I'm going in very much the wrong direction. What are you gonna do, you know? What are you gonna do? If I were to burn anti-normal? Does that do anything for me? It's blowing it out. Is it just radial? Is it pure radial that I'm thinking? Like anti-radial? And then pull my app WAPs down? Just gently. That's pretty good. Good enough. Doesn't really need to be done in the first place. But we'll get up here, and from here, which is dead on our ascending node, obviously. And then here, add me a maneuver, because then what we're going to do is we're going to twist. Right, but we got to be going in the correct direction when we're done here. So we're going this way, and we got to be... Yeah, no, that's right then. Burn you like that, and then we retro as we go. And then we burn like that. And then we retro. Something along those lines. Yeah? To get the angles that we want. Pull you back in. Pull you back in. Pull you back in. No. Am I doing... So long as I'm not doing this completely, like, upside down and wrong, then we're good. Which is entirely possible. And the lines are so friggin' dark, man. They're so friggin' dark. I can't see what I'm doing. I know. No, I told him. I said the same thing to him. Like, why are the lines so dark? I agree with you. I don't know why we keep having this argument. Alright, so prograde is helping to pull it down, and then I radial to get it back in line, and then I prograde to get it down. And then I radial. Oh. Now radial's not helping. What does it look like from this angle? So it's normal and retro. Give me like one more tick. Normal, and then retro, and normal, and then retro. Alright, and then what are we looking at in terms of when we catch up? Like the second pass around gets us reasonably close. Wait, where is the second? Where's the other tick for that? I think it's in the nest of shit that's going on there. Oh yeah, no, that's decent. And the tighter, there we go. Second pass around, we're coming right up next to him, like that. So that's our burn. F5 from there, take me to it. It's 8 seconds. I think we got this. If you look at the AN, DN nodes, you can tell if you're going in the right direction. If they are under 90, it's the right direction. Standing node 0.2. So you're saying it would be 180 if I were going to be spinning in the wrong direction of him? Negative 0.2. It would read like 180. Okay. That's sometimes, you know, it's good to just be like, does this make sense? Am I crazy? Alright, so it's an 8-second burn, costing 70 meters per second. That just gets us to him on the second loop, so it's not like we're losing or wasting any delta V here. And there's my burn point, which is dead on the 315 pretty much. So we'll do this at half speed starting from 8 seconds until negative 8 seconds. Or starting at negative 8 until positive 8. Using my phone to watch in bed at a 270 degree angle. Don't forget Pika so he doesn't burn up an Atmo. Alright. He'll be fine. I don't know where he is, but he'll probably be okay. Let's just check out our ship again. It's actually got a few parts missing. But you know, what are you gonna do when you're out helping people? Alright, starting the burn now. Going to half throttle. Going to quarter throttle. And dropping things so I can see what's going on. I'm gonna keep going. Am I crazy? You might be crazy. Like reverse sides, which I think would be over here. There we go. Yeah, I did go past it, and that's our line. Oh, that's our line. Alright, so F5 is going to take a minute to go around this planet a couple of times. This moon a couple of times. Like 2 days. It's just 2 days. What did I do? Did I go past my place? I think you went past your place, Spawn. Son of a bitch, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the other, I was counting the days. I just F5'd before we did that, though, so we're fine. Rex! Hey! Wow, still going. Yeah, we're just wrapping it up. We're just wrapping it up. So, we're in line, we need to go to the thing, and when we go to the thing, we do the thing when we're at the thing. Right? So again, you know what, focus on Minmus. You just watch. Really though? Like, set him as the target so I can see the things. Yeah. And we go around, and now we go to the thing. So actually, we're just up here for 1 day. 1 day, 1.5 day. Bill looking at his phone while flying. It'll happen. It happens to me all the time. We're 0.8 kilometers from him when we come up to him here. In fact, I'll go back to my ship. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, bro. I just got this paint job. Alright. So, in reference to him as our target, we got a 6 meter per second difference of speed. We kind of want to keep speed as we're going at him here, actually. Because he's not that... Yeah, he's pretty close. Slow down as you go to him. Okay, I'm burning here. Push on to his target. At 2 meters per second. That's a little bit slow for 500 meters away. What are you going to do? Except for what I've already done. We'll come in. 2 meters per second. What the hell was he flying in? It's like nothing here. Okay, I don't want to actually like run into him, so I'll let my retrograde be a touch off of his target, his anti-target. What were you flying? You were flying in one of my things. You were flying in my pickup truck. You son of a bitch. You stole the designs. You stole the designs, this prick. Oh, I've always hated him. Oh, how I've always hated him. There we go. Pretty much at a dead stop. In reference to him. So, Ronbert, what do you look like? Okay. You've been up here a while, huh? Jesus. God. Oh, look at how he smells. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to sit in the cockpit with him. Bill is not going to be a happy man. That is a turned avocado. That is not. It's past its prime. Could never ever do the stockings in the Rex game. So yeah, just let go, push off, buddy. Get over here, Oh, that's what Bill needs on this ship or like the next one is a claw. He's an engineer. He needs to be able to grab like another craft. And then we could have fueled through the... You can't fuel through a... But we could have made it one craft and then... Yeah. That's how that would have worked. He needs a claw. What's going on here, man? Yeah. F. And then with the... Finding the place where you can actually board. What about that? Board? Alright. Bill and Ronbert. What's your job, Ronbert? What kind of a dude are you? He's a scientist. Alright. Bob hasn't even gotten out of the house yet, but we got 2 scientists. No trucker without a trucker beard. And the stash. Yeah, you gotta have the big 70s porn stash, or what are you doing, really? So with 837 meters per second, we can now go home, or we could clean up Ronbert's mess. If we had only brought a claw. Don't worry, Bill, there'll be another day. Where did we leave the planet? Oh, there it is. It's somewhere over there anyway. Is it? Is that it? Yeah, that might be it. So, you're on your way home. We should be joining you, is the idea. From where I am right now, in orbit, and I'm going that way, then I would leave somewhere back here, I think. Somewhere like around there. The moon is trickier than Minmus. You just gotta fly in the opposite direction of Kerbal, and eventually you get home, right? There you go. Something like that. That'll do. So we leave from there, 200 meters per second. Time warp a bit so they have a day or so between re-entries. Nah, we'll be fine. Alt F5. Warp us around to that maneuver. I mean, he left. He already left a day, like, ago. I had to go around the planet by 1 day, at least. 1 day, 1.5 days. Why am I suddenly doing this accent? This half-assed kind of not even, this nondescript kind of East Coast sort of an accent. Where did that come from? This accent. What's the burn? Well, I presume it's just prograde. You know. Prograde from, you know, about here. Yeah, about here. About here's fine. I like about here. Go. Let's pull up the periapps. Ayo, the periapsis. And it's, yeah, where did that come from? 1 million meters. Fucking moon getting in my way. Always with the fucking moon in my fucking way with your fucking shit in your fucking moon. I got a periapsis of you. You need to... Alright, hang on. Let me go to fucking moons. Ugh. Jesus. God, this fucking moon over here. Where's the thing? Conic patch limit. Give me another one. Give me another one. Apply. And then... Yeah. And now I got a periapsis and... Okay. Fucking moon. For fuck's sake. Trying to come home. I didn't need no homing maneuvers or whatever it is you're selling over here. We don't want any of it. Don't need any of that shit. Coming back from Minmus speeds with a craft that's never been tested. For this level of aero braking without ablative shielding, without heat shield. I think maybe we stay a little bit high. No! Fucking goddamn it. I did a roll and this game eats fucking inputs. It's fine. It's fine. It's not like the game has done anything else that broke today. Yeah. Ah, fucking... What? What are you doing? 30. We fucking do this! Ah! Roll the fucking with your fucking shit, you fuck, cunt. Fuck, shit, fuck, cunt. Yep. No, it's too much. I don't know what I'm even looking for. It's just, you know. Fuck it. Fuck it. 40. We started at 40. It's 40, apparently. It's gonna fucking 40 with the fuck. Alright. That's good. And the periapsis, the moon is, you know, we're not gonna hit it or nothing, right? We're not dying at the moon. Alright. Maybe we get home faster because of the moon or some shit. So this guy should be getting home before we get home. By all rights. Let's go ahead and warp. Like a lot. And just watch him. Wait, what? Are we hitting Minmus or something? What's going on? Oh, you don't like that we're out of comms and stuff. All right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. And then what do you got? You got 8. You get 9. There you go. There you go. All right. There he at? Where he go? Where? All right. Thank you. Now go. Just auto stop me. Yeah, he's gonna get back to Kerbal a lot earlier than we are. Okay, so let's switch over to that guy with an F5 in case the game crashes. Time for a poll. My money is not no. Were you trying to recreate the Winnebago from Spaceballs? No. Your money is good. Your money is good around here. We accept your money, and the answer is no. Where's Kerbal? There she is. All right, we're coming in at a hell of an angle. I can just like warp me up here, bringing home 2 Kerbals, 3 Kerbals and 2 ships. Will you fucking with the 1 pixel on the line ball bullshit fucking fuck this fucking game with your oh, there we go. Yeah. So now I just have to like assume that this ship works for re-entry because it's been a minute, so I don't remember what's going on over here. So pulling the gear. I need to close some stuff up. Comms are on this ship on 2, on 1. They never come back in. There's no comms on this ship. Retract your antennas. And close up the pod. Service bay. Batten the hatches for re-entry. Coming in hard. Yeah, I know. So from here, F5. And from here, get rid of everything. Hello, everyday games. YouTube. Yeah, I'm just chucking that away. We don't need it. So this is the first guy. This is a guy that was stranded on the Mimeses, and we went out to the Mimeses, and then we gave him some fuel, and now he's coming back under his own steam. Didn't have to leave any litter on the surface of Mimesis. We picked up all of our wrappers. We're coming home. Yeah. And he's got a bunch of science for us from Mimesis, which is nice. Because we don't get that much science these days. Like, I need to go out to Mimesis just purely for science at this point. I got 3 million Kerbucks in my pocket. Now more, because we just saved another, or we're about to save another Kerbal. Presuming we can get through the atmosphere without an ablator on the next ship. From a Mimesis return, which is higher and therefore faster. Mr. McGooey, or no, Mr. Gooey. Can we do Mr. McGooey? That sounds. When will you do a RORP run? What kind of ligma am I stepping into here? Make sure you're following your surface retrograde, please. I'm not interested in serving the military, but thank you for the consideration. Hello, Cat. Yeah, it's Mr. Bags. RORP. A retroactive original Ronin Pawn run. I don't know. Realism overhaul, realistic progression. Ooh. I hate the idea of that. In a game that's this jank, on the bed of Kerbal Space Program is a game that is already jank as hell. We're gonna like then subject ourselves to more real-world physics and real-world stuff while you're still, like, landing on the surface of a planet and the landing legs are doing cracking stuff and the ships are just... Yeah, probably just not. I don't... It might be a way to extend the legs of this game for me at some point. But I've honestly never really gotten to the point where I just felt like I spent enough time in the base game career mode, you know? I just walk away because it gets boring. And I realize that it's like on me. If I want to play this game, it's on me to bring the fun. I got to bring the entertainment. I got to decide what I think is cool and then do that. And just enjoy the world that I'm building, enjoy the network of ships that I'm making and that kind of thing. Don't look to the game to entertain you, because it's Kerbal Space Program. It's not going to do that. The missions that it hands out are going to be random, stupid, not make any sense, a big waste of your time. You got to bring your own fun. Damn, I just F2'd on that because that's beautiful. That was, this whole thing still looks beautiful. It's going to be less beautiful the closer that we get. But a first-person playthrough. As long as it can just be about planes. I enjoy that. I have enjoyed that. Can probably still use the magic ship and do a real solar system speed run. I have no interest in that. Like, once I got into doing that, I finished it and everything, but it's just, I don't know, too cheaty. It just didn't even feel like I was playing Kerbal Space Program at that point. It was just silly. I don't know. But I did enjoy and do enjoy and would like to do the science mode and the career mode, tech tree unlock categories again. Those are very fun because you're actually playing Kerbal Space Program. Wow, freaking just keep looking at the things. Coming down in the mountains at sunset. Man. I mean, if you gotta be stranded on Minmus for a few weeks in order to get that view, it might be worth... Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at it. Yeah, it was over there. Can you see? Oh, gee. Damn. He missed it. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this to act as, like, extra, like, landing legs kind of thing. In case we land on something that could, like, tip him over. I think downhill would be this direction. So I'll SAS like that. Like this, actually. I think it's better off like that. And then if he started to tip over, he's got some, some stuff. I wonder if we've landed in the mountains before. I think we did. I think we did early. Ooh, what the hell is that? Are there rocks on Kerbin, too? Because that's something. Unless we've landed here and that's a piece of our ship that crashed previously. We gotta go now explore the surface of friggin' Kerbin. See? See what I did there? I stopped him from tipping over rolling down the hill because I'm a smart. Pika Pup, welcome home. I got a job for you. Man, I didn't think there'd be a job for you, but I got a... Yeah, I might have a couple of jobs for you, in fact. Let's get all this data out. And whack it in the pod. That won't help if I take that out. Let's also take the data out of there, and then reboard. Alright, and then first, like, log the temperature from Kerbin's Highlands. Get pressure data from the Highlands, get seismic data from the Highlands, get a crew report. Already done that before, so don't bother. EVA. EVA report. Already done that. Take surface sample from the Highlands. This is dirt and grass and some small rocks. You suspect this isn't going to be much of a ground-breaking discovery. Well, you don't know. Don't start with me. I got a mission for this guy. We saw... It was over that hill, right? We saw... a rock. Zoom out. Yeah. I'm heading in the direction... Like, I don't know that it's a rock, but it's something. I mean, if we get over here and it's nothing of interest, I can just recover him and then recover the ship separately. That's no big deal. But I'm curious. Going up to 3 times, going up to full, like, Kerbal, bionic Kerbal speed. I mean, not actually full. It's got to be a huge thing, too, for us to be able to see it from this far, but look at it. It's got to be something. Full bionic warp. If I go to the moon for a few weeks, I would. Look at him go! Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was still steering you. Where's that rock? Yeah, this is huge. This isn't even something that we could... what? Is this Stonehenge? And there's one down there. Bang, 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 bang. What the hell? Have I found a glitch in Kerbal? Just the textures, the world is breaking down? What am I looking at here? Number one, is it solid? It's not. It's just terrain scatter. What? Look at that terrain scatter. Like it's right on a seam or something. Look, 1, 2, 3 on a seam, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like... Okay. I think maybe that rock shouldn't be that bright at this time of day. But, whatever. Alright, well thank you for investigating anyway. That was very helping. Very, very helpful. It's pointing you to the seaport. Everybody wants me to go find the seaport. What's that? Wait, hang on. Let's go running at it. Thank you for your help. We're recovering you, the vessel of Satan there. It's a hot rock that's glowing. Yeah, it's it's you gotta. What you gotta do is you've got to ignite the light and let it shine or something. What is it? And hold the eyes with the prize of December, something along those lines. We got five funds from recovering this human being. I mean, well, this Kerbal. and you came back. Did anything happen there? Pika Pup is now a level 2 pilot. That's why I sent him. Yes, I didn't notice when I was doing it, but Pika Pup is now a level 2 pilot. And then we go to the tracking station. We've got 4.9 science right now and 2.98 million Kerbucks. When we recover the craft that he just brought down, which would be that? Multi-Minmus mission, Mark 1. Yes. And then that's the actual relay we left. But this is his ship that just landed. Just to clean that up a little bit so that I can see what I'm seeing. I mean, no, that's clear. That's clear. Alright, recover you. Yep. 61.4 science, that's it? That's all that was on board? Oh, that's right, we were in the lowlands, and we'd already been to the lowlands in Minmus. It wasn't the point of the mission, it was just I thought, hey, that'll be something. It was nothing, is what it wasn't. So we've got another dude that should be coming home. Bill's ship Mark 1. We intercept him as well. Go fly. Paul, don't quit your day job. You just gotta ignite the light and let it shine just on the night. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I won't quit my day job. We tried though. It's pretty impressive right up until you get to that point, right? That, wow, wow, wow. Oh God, stop. And everyone's awake now. So, yeah, we're going past the moon and back to Kerbin as well, and I kind of want to watch this happen if I can, so just... I'd like you to warp me to there, but you won't auto-warp that far. You warp me here, and then we can just watch as it comes in. What is this friggin' camera mode? What is this friggin' camera mode? There we go. Yeah, because I wanted to see this one because the moon should be like sweeping in unexpectedly from a certain direction. Oh yeah, there it is. Hi! He tried to get in my way. on the way home there. And he did. He actually did. Good work, Moon. And good night, Moon. So I'm told. Warp down here. And then we'll prepare for... Goodbye! And hello. Whew. You waking up Lady Pawn? Yeah, probably. Probably. But not because she went to bed a while ago, but because she would be waking up now. We've been both on messed up sleep schedules, and then mine suddenly got a lot better today. Literally in 3 days, I woke up at 6 o'clock p.m., and then the next day I woke up at 9 o'clock p.m., and today I woke up at 3 o'clock p.m. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I do, but I don't. But I don't. But I do. But I don't. So this entire ship comes home with us, is the plan. You know, there's no decoupling and return stage. We bring this whole damn thing home. We've got full electric charge. We shouldn't need comms from here. We want to be on our prograde, generally speaking. I'll get our belly to the planet. And I'm gonna pull some things in. So, pulling the comms and the electric generation and solar panels. Panels coming in. Comms retracting. Copy. So F5 from here. And if we could have the free cam. So here we go. This is kind of a moment. Alt F5. So this, I think this would be like save number 7 or something like that. Kind of a moment is kind of what that is going to be. Because we're about to find out whether or not this ship can descend. We started at 40K. We're just supposed to be coming down at 40 kilometers periapsis. So a lot safer than usual because we're just going to be using the aero brakes. Now, I could drain the rest of the fuel from this. And that's why we built it this way. And I think I should. And I think I shall. So we're going to... drain is stopped. I want you to drain mode vessel. I wanted to put those on an action group too. I didn't though, did I? Did I? I don't know. Yes, drain. Okay, that was a lot. Did you drain it empty? Wow, that got rid of all that. Use it to slow down the fuel? Never mind. I don't want to adjust like my entry or anything like that. I'm just throwing the fuel away so that we don't have that extra weight. That's what I want to do. And now we should be just dry. Yeah, 0 meters per second of delta V left here. We got no anything. We're coming in with the perips. It's now 41, so maybe that's a little bit too high. I'm hoping that these air brakes do it for us. All right, let's bring it in. Slow us down. Follow prograde. Deploy air brakes. And engage radiator. And let's just hold that radiator up there because it's basically acting as our makeshift ablator for us. Oh wow, that's a lot earlier with the plasma. Wow, that's a lot earlier with the plasma. Look at how much that's filling that ball, that tech. I have got to try and pull off of that and flap in the breeze because that was just gonna... Oh, crap! There goes it. Something. Oh, it was just... It wasn't the ship, or it wasn't the thing, it was the monoprop. It was the monoprop. Okay. Is that... Yeah, but we're about to lose our brakes. We already lost one of the brakes. Air brakes. Apparently. So it seems like if I just keep nosed up, that's helping out a little bit. What else is trying to go? Landing gear? Landing gear. And maybe docking port. Landing gear more than docking port. Okay, so we lost an air brake. And we lost a monoprop block. And we're past our parry. App-Wap's still descending. I hope we don't actually raise back out of it before that app gets down into atmosphere. But we are sledding. Go ahead and follow prograde, surface prograde. App's still coming down. I could help by driving us down. We are... No, we're good on electric charge. App-Waps, still lowering. Will you please try and, yeah, pull us down there. This ship was certified at 2,200 meters per second. Bill thought 50% over spec was no big deal. Typical engineer. I like the air brake that we lost. I might consider just going with that. We could save some weight and stuff. That's cool. App? The App-Waps is in atmosphere. We did manage to get it down at above 40. We were at like 41 kilometers. I would do that again at like 40. And apparently expect for a couple of things to blow up. I mean, we could have like flown into the wind flat against it like you would with a space plane returning in order to just try and get the most drag that we could possibly get in those first moments of superheating and then bank down into it. Deploy antenna for a third air brake. I think we're good now. 2,000 meters per second. Where am I? You're here. Your App-Waps is ahead of you? Why is my App-Waps ahead of me? We actually started to lift up again. We're making height right now. I mean, that's neat. Could you... Just trying to use the sort of body lift forces to drive us down. Still good on electric charge. Cooling at 20% here. I wondered if anybody was watching the cooling figure. Did it spike to anything? You know, incredible? I also wonder if we could get away with a cooling system on this craft. Will you follow your damn prograde and just... Okay, back down to 1 times warp. NASA prefer language like blunt body reentry and body lift. They're not so keen on belly flop from space. Alright, I'll go back up to 2 times. So we lost an air brake. I'm pretty sure it's just those 2 parts though, right? Like, where can I see that? If I did the Alt F12, and I went to the console, I don't know. F3, that's it, F3. So thruster block exploded due to overheating, air brakes exploded due to overheating. Just those 2 parts went. I intentionally flipped us in the hopes that I could slow us down a bit. 1,500 meters per second. I think we're fine. How's it looking in there for you guys? He's not smiling. He's definitely not smiling. I love the idea that this is just how Bill prefers to, like, fly. He'd rather, you know, have pieces that are designed to explode and fall off under immense heating than not be able to, like, have a nice view on his way down or something. Oh, thank you, Kerbal. Thank you for the Slight seizure. Cooling now at 99.95%. What is with that? Like now... has it just maxed out or something? Is that what happened? I don't get it. The effing craft is shaking apart. Sacrificial ablative parts. Yes, that's what Bill definitely. It's Bill, and he's the one who calls them that. Maybe what Bill needs to do is build us a robotic ablative arm system where there's like just an ablator on the top that we haul up, and then when it's time to put it out, it puts it in front of us. Like that. Okay. It's a water landing, which is good. Put out the landing gear in any event. We've got very good slow surface speeds thanks to the air brake right now. Stability assist. I wonder how much pull up I have. That's a lot of pull up. And now we're actually kind of flying instead of falling. Maybe, shall we try and land on the beach? Let's try and land on the beach. Bill, it's not a plane. It doesn't really work that way. You should be glad that you're not landing on the beach. Please stop steering your craft toward the beach. Bill. Like, what? What? Fine. I wonder how much... I'm making pretty good, you know, distance with it. Like, I couldn't hit the beach if I wanted to, right? Not that I'm trying to, which is absolutely what I'm doing. Oh my god. This was a bad idea. Bill knows this was a bad idea. F5. I wonder if this has a better glide ratio than EJ's SSTO. I don't know. Yeah. Oh my god. We are totally flying. We're just trying to get the soft sand on the beach. Soft sand on the beach. Oh, 1,000 meters to impact here. Okay, we definitely want to deploy the parachute now. SAS off. And see how she falls with dry tanks. Okay. So it's gonna work. With dry tanks and everything. We definitely want to use some SAS just to level us off. And it doesn't want to do that on its own, apparently. I'll do it then. I'll hold it as we come down. We had electric charge for days. Okay, and... Damn it! Damn it. It was because we were uphill. That was the only problem, though. It was the uphill bit. We lost a fuel tank. So that's things that we lost. Thruster block, air brakes, panels, donut, fuel tank, and the illuminator. Well, if we're then we're in an emergency situation. So turn on the hazard lights. Everybody, just be careful. There's been some things happening around here. Welcome home, boys. Welcome home. As a matter of fact, wait a second. Who wants to get out? Bill, pop out. Because, like, what do we got for, like, a EVA report from here? Kerbal Shores, we haven't done that yet. Take a surface sample. It's very muddy and sandy. There might be a body of water nearby. No, I don't think so. I haven't seen anything. And that's, well, we can get a crew report too. Crew report. from Kerbal Shores, and we didn't bring any science-y MacGuffins. So yeah, we're good. F5, recover vessel. Excellent. Well, this is a good landing. You know, as we get better parts, we'll improve the ship, obviously. You know, this is his Toyota. Eventually, he's gonna get an Escalade, obviously. Although I prefer the Toyota. There you go. It's 46 science. That's not worth much of anything to us. But completing the mission of saving this jackass got us up to 3.1 million Kerbucks from the 2.9 that we were at before. So there was money made on this, and we've got ourselves a level 1 scientist. So the new guy who just came home is actually more skilled and experienced than Bob Kerman, than the guy with he's the veteran who gets to wear the orange jacket. This guy, boy, that's gonna piss him off. Also, Bob and Ronbert Kerman, Bob and Bob. Oh God, that's definitely gonna be some kind of villainous, some kind of war. There's a rivalry there. I can already smell it. You can redress them, I think. I can. Okay, I'll redress them. You've all been naughty. I can absolutely redress them. Like Ronbert, alright? And then I can change what his face is and stuff. Personalize the suits though. Hey, guess who still has the Ronin Pawn Farm suit that I made? Who's still got that? I might still. Thanks everybody for coming out. That brings us to the end of this live stream. Bill Kerman now has a ship. He's got his own ship. It handled re-entry pretty well. There are some improvements that could be made. Maybe. You know, we're still workshopping. But yeah, we're going to be back here this Thursday with another go at this career mode here. And I'm tired, so I don't even know when to guess to like move my mouth to do the haha thing anymore. We're so out of sync with everything. Read email, have webmaster help. Okay, Rex, I will look at that in the next month or two. Thanks everybody for coming out. I hope to see you back here this Thursday for more Kerbal Space Program Career. Sundays we do Kerbal Space Program Creative. Currently we're building the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love, having come up with a method for building geodesic domes that makes some incredible looking fucking geodesic domes. So, make sure to follow, like, subscribe, share it with all your friends. We'll see you at the next one. I am the Ronin Pawn out!